This is no longer frozen, thank God. I was a little worried when I first saw things weren't working, and I was just like, why? But this is the attack from yesterday. It's not finished just yet. And yeah, the character's name is Pluto. So before we start anything today, I actually have a series of polls that I kind of want to do. I'm leaving this here so it can get flattened out. I'm probably just going to put a clipboard over it. So I got an attack after I made my comment on YouTube. Apologies for that fed into the mess. No, don't worry. You are more than okay. I checked the timestamps of when the attacks happened to make sure that people were not, like, you know, doing that on purpose, and most people were not. Let me pin this really quickly. Also, the one other thing that I do have to do is post promos, because I want to make sure that we get as many people in here for the Feeding Frenzy as possible. Those are posted now. So, before I start my attack, something I actually wanted to let you guys do is pick what medium I use for today. I have a few different mediums that I've tried so far for ARTFIGHT, and I'm trying to make sure that I hit all of my kind of marks that I want to. It's yellow outside where I am from the wildfires. Whole neighborhood under a sepia filter. That's crazy. I hope you stay safe. Also wear a mask. Oh, there will be captions today. Hold on, sorry. That's just something I need to get started. Thank you for the reminder, though. Probably gonna loop this playlist in the background, just so I can take my headphones off. It's like 30 minutes. If it starts getting repetitive, though, let me know, because I can always change it to something else. And we're still working. Cool. Alright, so, really quickly, I'm going to do a poll where I ask what people are looking for, or not looking for, what people want to see me do medium-wise today. I'll do it on both chats, too, so it will take just a moment. Also, your paws webbed. The art of Critter in the starting shoot. Yeah. Critter's paws were webbed in the original design for simplicity's sake. That's the word I was looking for. I don't always draw it that way, but the original design had web paws. Medium for today. What medium are you doing today? I'm thinking about maybe trying a trad attack as well. That's what I was actually going to let you guys decide. I have a few options. I could do watercolor again. I've done watercolor a few times now. Could do crayon. And then I could also do acrylic marker. I'm not, like, opposed to acrylic marker because I think it makes, like, a really clean piece. Although we did acrylic marker for the last Feeding Frenzy, so it's my only reason for not doing it. 2 Critter streams in one day. My time zone makes it like that. That's crazy, really. Crayon would fit this character so good, in my opinion. Crayon, because I'm biased. Well, I was gonna say you can decide that. Medium for today. I do like ink. Trust me, I like ink. But I do ink over top of my watercolor anyway. So I think the options were watercolor, crayon, and acrylic marker. Alright, and I got the poll started. Crayons forever? I think crayons may be winning. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Also, sorry, I have my clipboard here, but this is the attack we worked on yesterday. It's not quite done yet, but I'm letting it flatten out because the edges beveling were kind of irritating me. But it's getting there. I think the one thing that I'm seeing with it is I don't know if I want it to be more saturated, because I think that it looks good. It is kind of pastels at this point, but like it's not like in a bad way. But I'm almost wondering if I like push the greens of the leaves a little more. I also put an email in about the shop stuff. Ooh, not sure if you got it yet. I haven't checked the email today. If that was today or last night, I haven't seen it. Forrest and I have a work jam this week. Crayon fits the character the most for sure. Also, I was going to say, bless you, Forrest. Have you ever tried oil pastels? I'm not a huge fan of them. I have, but they're not my favorite. They're a bit messy. The shades you use for all the orange are delicious. Thank you. This character is gloopy? Do you mean the Umbreon character? Everyone's saying bless you, Forrest. Why no crayon? No, I'm not saying no to crayon. I'm just saying that I haven't done it yet. I have to take a shower, see you soon. No worries. That's what I did before stream, actually. Hi. Everyone said bless you. Do you want to show off your matcha?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, only the foam is really visible. You can kind of see. Hold on. the beautiful matcha he made. I like using colored pencils for little details. It's very green. What flavor did you do?
Pandan.
I don't think I've had pandan before, have I?
You want to sip it?
Maybe.
It's just the foam.
I'm like not the biggest.
Unless you disturb it. It kind of tastes like Lucky Charms.
It smells like Lucky Charms too. It's alright. It's not my favorite, but it's not bad. How's everyone doing today? Also, we got a hype train already. Thank you guys. Yeah, it looks like Crayon's winning. Okay. In that case, I'm gonna need... Could you do me a huge favor?
Maybe.
I just need the paper that's right there.
Where?
In front of the paper case.
This?
No, dear, the paper.
I
The paper.
didn't realize it wasn't in the case.
No,
I was like, what do you mean?
You'll see.
Here you go.
I love you.
I don't need a straw. Getting too much foam, not enough matcha.
I was just watching yesterday's VOD and got to catch the stream right after. You know, yesterday's VOD got copyrighted. It didn't get, like, struck, like I don't have to take it down, but they didn't like the animation. They didn't like the animation work in progress, so they put me in trouble. It's fine. I can't show off work in progresses anymore. Because they hate music and taste. However, there's more. Actually, there's been like 4 shots added since you saw it yesterday, so it's coming along. I'm also drinking matcha. I had too much coffee the last 2 days. I'm scared. You know, affectionately, not to caution you away from drinking matcha. Both are very caffeinated, so that's kind of like taking a break from working out by going on a run. I guess it's a different form of caffeine. So since we're doing crayons, I do kind of want to do something with some foreshortening, and Pokemon are really easy to do that for. Just because I don't know, they have very simple shapes. They're meant to be friendly to illustrators, you know, new and old. Isn't green tea even more caffeinated than coffee? I don't know if it's more, so I don't want to, like, spread, like, false info, but I do know that it is very caffeinated, yes. How'd you get copyrighted for your own animation? Because there was music in the background of it, that's why. And I was like, oh, well, it's only 30 seconds of a song, so it should be fine. That is not true. So, how's everyone in chat doing today? Pretty well. Actually, I was going to say, for those of you that are coming in and that you're unfamiliar with the topic at hand, what we're doing today, because I realized I just got right into it and I forgot to introduce it. What we're doing today is called a feeding frenzy, which is where I find a person that has done attacks for other people on ARTFIGHT but gotten no attacks back, at least this season. Although this person in particular has done, I believe, 8 attacks for people and hasn't gotten any this year and only got 1 last year. So I really wanted to go out of my way to attack this artist, because I find that it's so, like, disheartening to think that you could go an entire art fight without getting any attacks. I'd like to change that, especially because this person keeps attacking other people. I want to pay it forward a little bit. My attacks so far have been Pokemon. 2 of them were Flygons. I mean, to be fair, that's, like, completely fine. Art fight is for what you have fun drawing, and if you like drawing Pokemon, then that's, like, the perfect time to do it, is to draw stuff that you like. Viral, thank you for the resub. I'll attack, yeah, tomorrow. Oh, so I want to try and attack this artist to ruin their battle ratio. Oh, may you pin the character link? It is, yes. It is pinned right now, Yaoi Mafia, in the chat. I can always try to repin it if that didn't work. But I did pin it at first. Let me try that. No, don't worry. This design is so cute. I thought it was pretty cute, too. I thought that this would be, like, a good target for stream. So the mouse is in stream. I love their design notes, big noggin. Well, and I think that this is a character... When I pick the Feeding Frenzy characters, I usually try to go for characters that will be not as intimidating for artists who might be starting out to draw. So, like, I tend to not pick, like, human characters for that reason. I think the last one we did was a little more complex than I usually choose, but it seemed like everybody enjoyed drawing that character, so it went okay. I think that when I say this, when this is a character, I was going to say this is like a perfect. If you have not done any art fight attacks yet and you want to get into the spirit of art fight, I feel like this is a perfect character to start off with because the design is very cute. It's very simple. It has like very like warm up friendly shapes. I feel like so you can go as simple or as complex as you want with the attack, and I think it'll still look nice. Also, it's named after not named after, but it has the same name as my cat, so I'm biased. I do love Pluto, my cat. I like that it's kind of just like an Umbreon Eevee. So when you say my name, I love when you say my name. I just haven't seen the link of the poll. No worries, no worries. I can actually end the poll too because I think Crayon won, so I can end this. This is my first time catching your live. You're one of my favorite artists, so hey, welcome in. Finally made it to my first 4-Leaf Island stream. Welcome, welcome. Also, the character for today is the Umbreon that's there. Wait, what the hell? My mouth's on the screen. Get out of here. We're doing, and if you're, new to stream or if you haven't seen the topic today, we're doing a Feeding Frenzy, which means we're all attacking this character together. Specifically, Feeding Frenzy targets are picked by me going and trying to find an artist who has not been attacked yet on ARTFIGHT, but has made attacks for other people. And this artist has made either 7 or 8 attacks for other people but hasn't gotten any of their own this year, so I'd like to change that. Even if it's just mine. Also, what was the starting song? The starting song was Get to Heaven by Everything Everything. It was between... I was actually between that and Only As Good As My God by the same group. Or March of the Pigs, because I was listening to March of the Pigs by 9 Inch Nails before stream. Then I was like, March of the Pigs might be like a little much for people at 11 a.m., so I'll go Everything Everything instead. And everybody seemed to like that, so that worked out. I really want to draw the character, but I'm afraid to be too tired. I may just rest for tonight. Can I still include my attack? Yeah, absolutely. There's actually like a ton of people too that watch the VOD that wouldn't be able to attack during stream, so please don't feel pressured to have to do it while I'm streaming in live. I like to get them done during stream so that you guys can see my process for like the Feeding Frenzy attacks, but there's no pressure either. Folks can attack their other characters though, right? Yeah, you totally can. I picked this one because I think that it would be fun to draw, but I know that they also have a fursona who is named Easel, who's, I believe, like a Sonic-inspired character, so if you're a Sonic fan, they have another character you might want to check out. Is there a deadline? No. The deadline, there's no deadline. It is just if you want to do it with stream, it kind of... Think of it like a surprise party. If we all get it done or like get it done sort of around stream, then this person gets to wake up to a bunch of notifications. But I think that they'll be happy to see attacks regardless, so there's no harsh deadline of when this has to be done. How's the animation going? Oh, it's going well, but unfortunately copyrighted the stream last night, so I can't show off work in progress. I got a few more shots done last night. So I can, it'll be, I don't know if it'll be done this week or maybe next week, we'll have to find out. My interest peaked. Oh, and the character? Overslept really bad. I'm probably going to draw this character after stream. That's more than okay. It's a good way to wake up, honestly, if anything. Let's see, I want to make sure I get the dot placements in the right spot. But after everything's kind of put down, I can just do some nice little background elements and stuff. I forgot the other leg. This is very reminiscent to me of like old childhood DeviantArt art that I saw. Which, I mean, this character even kind of, it feels that way itself. Like, especially Pokemon Fusions or like Pokemon OCs that look like this. Reminds me of like characters I drew a lot when I was younger. Animation. Oh, I'm working on like an animation for like a personal animation for myself. I'm technically not the part that started it, but collectively we are. So cute, Umbreon. Yeah, he's really cute. I'm excited. I'm gonna grab my crayons right now, actually. I love this creature. Also, can I target another character from the chosen target? Yeah, you totally can. Because I know that not everybody wants to draw Pokemon, so I wanted to leave that open. I picked the character that I thought would be most available, most accessible for everybody to draw. But if you want to try the kind of Sonic-esque first Sonic character, I implore you to, because I think that'll probably make the artist pretty happy. Really needed a simple character. This one will be fun. I figured. I was going to say, every so often I have to go out of my way to look for a simpler design. Because I think that it's good. It's good for the soul. If I finish my attack, too, what I can do is I can keep working on the orange one. Okay, I just broke rule number 1 of using scissors, which is cut away from your body, and I just, like, poked myself. I'm really glad these are safety scissors, and not, like, shears. Not participating as the website hates me, but this seems super nice. Oh, does it, like, load slowly? Everyone breaks that rule. See, also, how do you find targets? Do you sort by ratio? Yeah, I sort by ratio. Previously, I would ask people for suggestions, but too many people did not follow the instructions of, you know, has attacked other people, has not gotten any attacks this art fight. People would respond and be like, oh, I only got 2 attacks. And I'm like, no, I said 0. I said none. But that's why I just started finding my own. What's a feeding frenzy? It is where we all go out of our way to attack the same artist together. This artist specifically, the one that's like pinned in my top left corner, they have done attacks for other people. They've done, I think, total 8 attacks, but they haven't gotten any attacks this year. So I would like to make ARTFIGHT. What the fuck is this thing? Hello? What the hell is this? Oh, is it like a sharpener? Why are you ugly? It's so ugly. Look at it. That's the Crayola Crayon mascot? Why is he ugly? What happened? I remember when this used to be a noble company. Implying corporations are noble. He looks like a vape. Alright, hold on, let me see. These are organized horribly. Jesus Christ. There's like no like, look at this. What's going on here? I'm too autistic for this. This is driving me insane. I'm gonna have to like organize these by color. Well, okay, it's fine. I'll just pull out all of the blues that I think look like something I would use. It's weird seeing Crayola stuff that is not Dandelion. I know! Alright. I'm assuming, like, Cerulean's probably gonna be in there. This guy's got, like, light blue on him, too. What is this? This is just, like, regular blue? Specific blue? This is true to how all of our crayon packs as a kid were, too. All of the blues decimated. Like, the other colors, there were plenty of other colors in the crayon pack that got used, but blue was always gone. Like, it was the first to be just completely annihilated from the pack. And then we would have to, like, figure out what to do with all of the other colors in the pack. Alright, there's gotta be, like, a lavender, right? So many blues. You gotta have, like a diverse palette when you're working with crayons, I found. So that you can blend. What is this one? This is like cornflower. All right. I'm gonna have a swatch like test sheet, so I can figure out what I want to do. What is this? Salmon? No, that's not gonna be used. Hello, welcome in. I'm surprised there's no lavender. Like you would see. I feel like lavender is a pretty common color of purple. I guess they're just assuming that, you know, if you want a lighter color of purple, you'll just not press as hard. Also, like, it's kind of crazy. Just remembered the Dandelion Crown girl's name. Oh, I love her videos. I think that it's very. I think that it's fun to see someone with special interests share them so freely and have such a fun special interest. Caribbean green. The children do not deserve lavender. Oh, I'm gonna try these out. See, there's no specific section of pinks. That's the thing. It's just all of them are all together, and it's driving me insane. So, like that one. That's blue-green. That'll be nice for the rings. This is robin's egg. Could be fun for shading. I joined stream late last night, but you're here early? Oh yeah, we do early streams. Oh hell no, we're not using that one. Get out of here. Well, no. Now it's not going in. I'm going to organize these crowns to my fancy later. I don't like how they look right now. We'll draw my feeding frenzy later. I gotta clean my fish tank first. No worries. What fish do you have? This is probably the closest to lavender that we've got. This is wisteria. That could be fun. Pink flamingo. Ooh, that is like not what I thought it was gonna be. Do we have like a golden yellow? Closer. I'll keep that one on. I'm so neon. It's like the I'm so green video. I'm so green. I swear to God, there's got to be like a golden yellow somewhere. Or like a dandelion. Where's Dandelion Crown Girl when you need her? These are all like neon colors. What is this song? So all of what's playing right now is Pokemon music. Let me check. So it's Outskirt Land, Pokemon Coliseum. This is making me want to draw with crayons, but alas, no crayon. You know, it's not that expensive of a medium to invest in. Grabbed a pack of these. This whole thing was like, what, I think like $10. Do I like the banana better? No, the banana looks kind of desaturated. I think I already used you, right? This is the unmellow yellow. Oh my god. Go in the pack, okay. Yeah, I think the goldenrod's probably the best that we're gonna get. So these will be put up here. Ah, the mouse is on the screen again. Every time I get a pack of something traditional, I have to organize it in the rainbow. It's like, it drives me insane. I don't know why they don't do that. I thought this was Stardew Valley music. Is your OC a cat? If you mean Critter, like my VTuber, Critter is a monster. And it is a cat monster, so you're not incorrect in noticing that. But it is not specifically a cat, no. I think this might be too green for this piece. I like the color, but it's not what this character needs. The blues are going to be the heavy hitters here, I feel. I may even need a darker blue than I have pulled. This is like midnight blue. That could be nice. I'm feeling more towards like a true blue. These look almost identical. This is Shady Alley business music. We're making a nefarious deal. The playlist specifically is Pokemon music that plays after midnight, which is pretty funny. Of course, the wonky ass music is from Coliseum. Hold on. I'm trying to get. Yeah, Feeding Frenzy is where we all draw for the same person, and specifically, this person has done 8 attacks but gotten no attacks themselves. Also, yeah, hold on. Music playlist for you. Most of this is just Coliseum music. You know what's crazy is I've never played Coliseum, and every time I say that, people are surprised because they're like, "That seems like the game, like the Pokemon game you would like the most, like you asterisk." And I'm like, "It probably is. I've just never owned the materials to do so. Not using that one. It's way too light. I like saturation with my colors. This, on the other hand, could be kind of fun, because I could do sort of a gradient with that. This is turquoise. This character reminds me of Baby Corn, the dwarf wobbly cat. No games cube? No. To be fair, we were pretty poor, so like the most that I owned was a DS, and that was because someone gifted it to me, and then all of the games I had to buy myself, which, you know, that happens to people. It's not like that crazy. But I only played a lot of games by going over other people's houses, and playing games, you know, that they had on consoles there. Let's see. Do I have any, like... There's got to be like a darker blue than that, yeah? I would presume so. This is Bluetiful. Well, it's darker. The color names are, like, kind of killing me. I can't lie. They're kind of funny. What's this one? Cerulean? See, that one's fun. I would use that in place of, like, base blue. Alright. Alright. I feel really pressured to draw more for ARTFIGHT despite being busy. I've only done 8 attacks. I have no idea what I should do. 8 is a lot. I think that you're kind of putting... The darkest blue is gorgeous. I was going to say, I think that that's the one I'm going to keep with this palette. But no, to the person that's worried about not doing enough attacks, I think you are comparing yourself to people on social media. And you should not be doing that because 8 is a solid amount of attacks. Also, when we submit our attacks, should we mention the Feeding Frenzy? You are more than welcome to mention the Feeding Frenzy. It's not required, but if you want to, I think it could be fun. So don't feel pressured to, but it could be fun too. I think I'm gonna do pink for the stars. Sorry you keep getting paper noise ASMR. We submit our... Oh wait, I already saw this too. Can I ask what your guys' first Pokemon game was? First Pokemon game, like actual Pokemon game, was Diamond. But the first Pokemon series, like franchise game, that anybody played was Ranger Shadows Vamia. If you're busy, stressed out, if you're busy and stressed out about not doing attacks or ARTFIGHT, just know it's a game. It'll be there next year, next week, and even next year. Your personal life should always come first. 8 attacks, especially if you put a lot of effort into them, is a very good amount. Also, here's the thing. I don't do only ARTFIGHT, even though this is like my job. I take plenty of breaks from ARTFIGHT. As a matter of fact, I'm doing comics and animations for fun in between doing ARTFIGHT, and I highly encourage you to do similar, even if it's not drawing, to like take breaks from the game, because you want to have fun. You don't want to make yourself hate it. What is a Feeding Frenzy? I'm new to this. Don't apologize. You're alright. Feeding Frenzy is a game or like a sort of challenge that we do in my community where we all attack the same person. I go and find an artist that has not gotten any attacks yet throughout all of ARTFIGHT, so that's who's pinned right now. And then we all go send them attacks together. The little Umbreon character is who I have pinned for us to attack, although you are welcome to attack any of their other characters as well. It's just a way to kind of make ARTFIGHT a little more fun, a little more inclusive to people, because something that I frequently see people talk about ARTFIGHT and not enjoying it is that, they feel it's not very beginner artist inclusive, or like it's, hard to get noticed or attacked on ARTFIGHT. And I heard that, and I think that that's a very legitimate problem, because, like, unfortunately, a lot of times the people that are getting all of the ARTFIGHT attacks they're not doing anything wrong, it's just that people know they exist because they have a social media presence, like myself. And so I heard that, and I was like, okay, I want ARTFIGHT to be fun for everybody, so I use this as like a little weekly challenge to go and find somebody and try to make the game a little more fun for them. What pencil are you using for the sketch? The pencil itself is not actually why it's blue. This is a Tombow mechanical pencil, but the lead is Umi, so U-M-I, colored pencil, or colored mechanical pencil lead. And it's erasable, which is really nice, but it also means that the undersketch isn't going to be gray. They come with a bunch of different colors, so you can match to whatever piece you're working on. I'm personally very fond of the red and the blue. I think that a lot of pieces that I end up sketching benefit from those, although I occasionally will use green. You're using crayons? Yeah. This is the last medium I haven't tried for ARTFIGHT this year, because I've been doing a bunch of different traditional mediums, but this is the only one that I haven't done yet. It's fun that last week's frenzy was towards user bat, and this week's it's a fucking rat. We're jumping those rodents. And I was gonna say I picked both of them, so my bias. I saw their username and I was like, well, I may have a little bit of a bias here, but I think it's funny. wonder if so many people playing is making it harder to get seen, get attacks. It's you know, it evens out, because think of it, if there's more people playing, then there's also more people to make attacks. I think the problem with ARTFIGHT in general is a lot of people play expecting to just get attacks without having to do anything. Or alternatively, they have this mentality of like, okay, I'll attack if I get attacked, but then it's like, well, who makes the first move, right? Like, if you're not going out of your way to attack anyone, no one's going to notice you, and then so you're just going to sit there twiddling your thumbs and be like, oh, well, why is no one attacking back? Or I see people who they'll play and only attack like a bigger artist and then get sad that they don't get any attacks back. And that's sweet, and I appreciate the attacks that I get, and I know that others do as well. But I think that part of that is, you know, you have to be you have to be kind of down to earth with yourself. Hold on, I think this is turquoise. Yeah. And go, if you want to get attacks and you want to make friends on ARTFIGHT, it might do you better to attack people that are not like getting dozens and dozens of attacks, which is also part of the reason I like to do the feeding frenzies, because it's like, well, this way you guys can make friends, you can like meet new people. What song is this? It's a Pokemon song, I can check. Hold on. This is Ecruteak City. I should have known when I heard the instrumentals. It's an 18 attacks plus 1 mass attack, and it's all been for the love of the game. That's fantastic too. That's like really impressive. Alright, these are both dark. I'm gonna have like a little bit of a darker like shade over top of this, just so that it can get some variance of shade. Oh wait, oops. That was easy, my attack is already done. I was gonna say, that's part of the reason too I try to pick simpler characters, is so that everyone can join, and it's a nice quick thing you can do during stream, and then you can go back to doing attacks that you have picked out if you want to, or you can spend more time with it. There's no pressure to do it any specific way. The other fun thing with having characters where you have like glow like this is if you have the center be a little darker, and then the outside extremes of the design be lighter, it looks like it's glowing a little bit. People also really like to complain without realizing that others have positive conversation as motivation instead of being guilt tripped. No, absolutely. That's part of the reason that I like try to be encouraging with ARTFIGHT, because I think that it doesn't do anyone any good to like bemoan the game constantly. I don't know. I think it's a fun game. I've enjoyed it so far this year. This is like not my first time playing, but I think this is the most I've played personally, and I'm enjoying it a lot. I got a comment by the owner of a character saying I drew him really hot, and that's all I needed from ARTFIGHT. That's kind of a dream, actually. I don't know if I go out of my way to draw characters that could get comments like that. I draw a lot of like monsters, I guess, but that's kind of beautiful. Was finally able to tap in for a stream since following you. Hello, welcome in. Drawing with crayons is so boss. I like haven't drawn with crayons for a while, and I wanted to do, especially like for a character design like this, where I feel like the style would benefit, you know, like suit the character pretty well. I've been wanting to do a crayon attack for a while. I want to do another one after this. This is like fun. Although it is funny, I always end up drawing very blue characters with crayons. I just think that blue is like one of the pigments that always looks really nice with Crayola crayons. Crayons? God, I can't say that word. Getting comments on attacks is the best part of ARTFIGHT. Also, it is yellow outside in Canada, but I heard that's because of like wildfires going on. So please stay safe, and like if you're gonna go outside or like have a window open, make sure you wear a mask. I think it'd probably be better to stay inside. I'm not the expert on such things, but I know that air quality decreases anytime there's like wildfires going on anywhere. It's so bad. It's so bad. The sky is orange. Good lord. Also, hold on. I'm gonna move this over so you guys can see a little more clearly. This is yesterday's attack underneath that I'm flattening out. It's not done yet. It's just I need to flatten it so I can keep working on it. Alright, let's see. I guess the fun thing too with crayons is you can really just keep adding pigment to it. Like, there's no wrong way to color with them. I got really scared there. I was gonna say it's worth being concerned about, but like you're not going to die. Well, okay, maybe I shouldn't say that. I don't want to jinx anything. Pay attention to it, but also you'll be okay. So I think I'm gonna do. What was that? This was cerulean that made that color? No, this is beautiful. This is cerulean. Okay. Drink a lot of water and stay inside if you can. Yeah, exactly. I don't have a lot of these kind of light blues the character uses, but hopefully the kind of greenish blues will still work. It'll just look like a little bit of a palette shift. I'm excited for the main body though, because coloring characters with crayon that are black, usually what you do is you blend a lot of different colors so that it creates a tone that looks kind of black. If you have compromised breathing, please take precaution. Yes, exactly. It's like one of those days where it's like, if you don't have any reason to be outside, then don't be. Alright. It has been a really long time since I've done anything with crayon. It's difficult. It's not like the easiest medium for me to use because the wax kind of, it's like not my favorite texture. Just realized I've been pressing down really hard on my pen the last 30 minutes. How do you color majestically with crayons? Start light, and add layers as you go. Don't try to press down. And also, sometimes you need to use multiple colors for the same region. You can't just use the color you think belongs there. You have to blend with multiple different colors to get, you know, a color that you want. Alright. I still think these rings could be like a little darker. If I can fix that. Hello, I forgot there was stream. No worries, Niaz. The target is so cute. I was going to say, I think that this is like a fun target for everybody to do. I'm excited to see if the artist, you know, the artist's reaction to getting attacks. Also a good target to like do crayons with because the colors are really nice and also it's simple enough to try something new. Just joined stream, but I realized this is making me realize I gotta invest in crayons. It's hardly an investment too. They're not very expensive. Came across a crayon called Loony Lavender. It looked like dark purple, but it went down as bright blue. That's actually really fun. So your streams have really inspired me to join ARTFIGHT for the first time. I was nervous, but I finished 8 pieces so far. Hey, cheers. That's fantastic. That's really, really cool. This makes me want to color traditionally again. It looks cozy and relaxing. It is. It's very much so. I think that it's good to do every so often. I do like digital for specific things, but I think that going back to traditional every so often is good for you as an artist because you learn new things and then you can carry those skills over to doing digital art. At least in my experience, I found. Also, like I said, crayons are not that hefty of an investment. They're not super expensive. Like in food service terms, this is like an hour's worth of pay. And if you work an hour to get a pack of crayons, it feels like a lot, but then you might get more than an hour out of them. So that's my idea at least. OMG crayons, yeah, doing crayons today. I can actually put that like to the side so people can see. Trying to fill in the colors so there's not as much like white space, I guess. And, you know, I said I was going to do another crayon piece this year. I don't know if I will. They're fun. But I'm not like the biggest fan of the The wax. The wax is really what gets me. Because I keep going to clear my page and it's not coming off, and I'm like, ugh. Okay. Target received loading payload. Sorry, that just makes me think of Radiohead Optimistic. This one drops the payload, fire for the animals. 64 packs are like $4. Oh wait, this is a 64 pack. Maybe it wasn't as expensive. I was thinking it was like $10, but I guess it was not actually as expensive as I was thinking it was. Alright, let's see. Yeah, that's a pretty good pink. I was a little worried at first. Maybe I'll do the background is like blue and purple. I feel like that could look fun with this character. It's so fun to try different mediums for art. I've seen some people try to make small PNG tubers or pixel art or collages. I've even seen someone who's baked a cookie of a character. You know, last year, Coldbuilding made baked attacks for us, or made like a critter cake, and I still think that's one of my favorite attacks that we've gotten a critter ever. Do you finish yesterday's piece? Nah, it's getting flattened. It's not done yet. I have it under here so that when I am done this crayon one, I can come back and keep putting, you know, pigment down on it. Because I think it looks good, I just want to do a little more detail. One of my friends always says says something is worth buying if that dollar amount equates to how much you'll use it. So like if something is $15, will you use it 15 times? It's a really good way of measuring it, actually. What did you use for that one? Acrylic marker. I've used a few different mediums this ARTFIGHT season so far. And that was... Acrylic marker comes with pretty, like, clean colors, I found. But part of the reason I've been branching out is because I want to do things that are deliberately not as neat, to break out of my comfort zone from digital art. Because I feel like digital art is very neat, which is part of the reason that, you know, we gravitate towards it a bit. Alright, let's see. Cerulean's probably going to be the darkest color on this character. On the body, at least. So, I'm going to do the paws in Cerulean. I'm even going to have this area be filled in. I think the caterpillar is one of my favorites you did so far. I do really quite like it. Also, I love how soft the character looks with the crayons. I think it'll look... I'm excited for the piece. I just checked the target. They have 6 attacks already, so lovely. I think I'll participate in today's feeding frenzy. Thank you. Genuinely thank you to everyone that does, too. Like, the reason that these events work and, you know, we can do this is because you guys participate, and I cannot thank you all enough for doing so. I do try to look for people who are in the community, too. I know that it's hard without being able to ask for comments. But I try to at least find people that I know are within the sphere of the internet that we're in. Crayon attack? Yep. Doing crowns today. I thought it would be a fun medium shift up. Let's see. I almost wonder if I need an in-between shade here. I like this blue, but like there could be something in between. Maybe even just regular blue. Maybe I just need regular blue back. Yeah, because it's like ever so slightly darker than Cerulean is. But it's okay, that works out. Oh wait, my tails are in the way. Hold on. The frenzy is such a sweet idea. Thank you. Also, I really like the playlist you did yesterday. I think that was it's a Nintendo one. I could always put that on too. I just have a Pokemon nighttime tracks playlist going right now. Sole trouble with crayons is that it's pretty hard to get like sharp edges with them. I guess it's part of the softness is like part of the appeal though. Alright. I don't know if those paws are coming out the way I want them to, but it's alright. Pokemon Za background night music. I did hear that that was on this playlist. I didn't like the feeling of crowns, but you inspired me to get out my oil pastels again. That's good. The only thing I am realizing that I could do, if I wanted to knock back the claws a little bit, there's something I remember doing when I was a kid, where you kind of like etch out the crayon with a coin or like a piece of metal. Yeah, that actually worked really well. It came up on the camera too. Thanks for doing such a fun event. Your VODs really helped me focus on a drawing lately. That's awesome, and also thank you. But yeah, when you want to knock back crayon for small details, I found that etching into it really helps. Well, because it's wax, so you can carve it, importantly. It was this color that I used for that? Blue-green? But also, genuinely, thank you for watching the VODs and also for participating in the feeding frenzies. I think that's very sweet, and like I said, the events wouldn't happen without folks like you. So I really appreciate it. This is the cutest character ever. I was gonna say, I thought this was a fun target. I'm also gonna move the orange piece in the background. I'm kind of scared of the wax. That's what I was worried was gonna happen. Right. Luckily it came off. I'm kind of scared of the wax getting ground into the page, so I'm gonna pull this up. Everyone remember to hydrate, please, especially if you're anywhere near the wildfires going on right now. This did get flattened out pretty well, though. Where did I put you? Bug underneath? Yeah, I was doing a acrylic marker attack, but I wanted to take a break to do the feeding frenzy attack and also let that flatten a bit. There we go. Now it can be more centered at the very least. Alright, so I think I was using cerulean for the glow part of the character, main body, and then blue for the transition in, and then beautiful for the main black color, I think? PBS stream. The stream is brought to viewers by, like, you. Okay, I do love PBS. Not to be nostalgia hound, but... The hydrated minnow is a good minnow. Exactly, you guys are fish. If you're not hydrated, you're dead. So, hydrate or dihydrate. It's supposed to get like 100 degrees or something here today, which is ridiculous. Cutapillar, also thank you for the hydrate redeem. How did you seduce me into making an art account to draw silly Umbreon? This is good. This is a success in my book. If I can get more people to enjoy ARTFIGHT and play with each other, then I have done my job. Also, PMD OCs are very fun. Sorry, I like ambiently see people talking about PMD in the YouTube stream. I think that it's just fun to imagine yourself as a monster exploring. Like, it's definitely wish fulfillment. I mean, it's for the same purpose that people have, like, Dungeons & Dragons OCs, right? I'm gonna have like this side of the head be, I think, kind of like a lighter blue too. This is pretty fun to do. I'm not like I said, I'm not the best with crayons, but I think that it's relaxing at the very least. I already finished my piece for today's Feeding Frenzy. Me when my art rate speed is impressive. It's the fun of making gifts for people. Is it's like a rush. It's exhilarating. I found that I get my work done much faster when I'm doing gifts than when I'm doing any other kind of artwork. Maybe with the exception of like comics and animations for fun. I'm gonna lose the kind of rounded shape of this ear. My hyper lock-in when I'm making GIFs, I understand. And you do have that too. Your speed with making GIFs is like insane, Nyaz. Alright, so I'm gonna start adding color to that. Character looks kind of sleepy sometimes. It's whenever I lean down to color, my VTuber can't read what my face is doing because my glasses cover up my eyes. I get like anime character eyeglasses shine. So Critter thinks that I'm falling asleep. I guess. It is kind of funny, I can't lie. Good morning, Critter and Chad. These smell so much like wax. Sorry, I just held my hand up to my face to like push my glasses up, and I just got like a blast of wax smell. But Critter's bottle looks good still. Thank you. Your stream helped me make like 4 attacks yesterday. That's fantastic. And also good job. Thank you for watching, and also good job on how many you made. Alright, I think it's getting a little light there, so I want to make sure that I keep the foot the color I want it to be. Then I can have it kind of filter out. Whoa, welcome in, Raiders. Hello. Wait, we got 2 raids at the same time. Monotoma and Retro Maple, thank you for the raids. I can't believe that happened. I don't think I've ever seen it happen where we get 2 at once. Double raid. Hey, you guys came in at a good time. We're doing an event today where we're all attacking the same person on ARTFIGHT because at the beginning of the stream, they had gotten no attacks this year, and they've already got 6, which is awesome. So if you would like to join and make someone's ARTFIGHT special, we call this event a Feeding Frenzy. Do it every so often, usually like once a week during ARTFIGHT. And I implore people to join, but if you just want to hang out, that's also completely fine. I hope you guys had a nice stream. Twilight, I love it. It's 13 attacks now. Awesome. Thank you guys, genuinely. Like I said, these don't really work if people don't participate, so I'm always very flattered that people do. Who are we killing in ARTFIGHT? It is pinned right now if you would like to join. If you would like to join in the assisted murder. It's the friendliest murder that you see online. So, I don't know if this is a weird question, but I want to know your opinion on it. Do you think people that get many attacks may not appreciate it that much, or don't feel the joy of getting an art piece gift at some point? And how stressed do you think people might get with the amount of attacks they get to defenses? I mean, considering that ARTFIGHT is an art gifting game, unless they specifically say that they don't want to get attacked, that's kind of like just a risk of what can happen. I don't know. I don't ever want to stress anyone out, but like, also this is just kind of the nature of playing ARTFIGHT is sometimes you can get tactically nuked. So I'm not too concerned about it. Especially because it's never in mean spirit. It's like genuinely just, I see someone has not gotten attacks and go, Well, let's make... Yeah, do you think people get a bunch of art, will get upset if they get a bunch of art for free? I think people get more upset when they don't get attacked at all. Especially because there's no pressure to attack every single person back. This is just something that we do to make the game more inclusive. It's such a cool concept in my opinion. Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm not really concerned about that. And I know some people get like stressed about like surprise parties and stuff, but like ARTFIGHT is kind of like you sign up for the potential surprise party flyer, so it's kind of like you know what you're signing up for. Thank you for the welcome and all. The best to you in chat from Dookie. Thank you. I see what they're saying. They might feel pressured to revenge or get overwhelmed, but that's not necessarily your problem. No, exactly, too. Especially, I mean, you can even include in your attack that you send them to them is like that you don't need, you know, they don't need to worry about revenging you. So if you're worried about them being stressed. But for me, I think, like, at least when I do these attacks, I always have this, like, you know, you do not have to revenge. That's more than okay. I'm doing this because it's fun. I think every art fighter's dream is to wake up to a flurry of attacks. There's never an obligation to revenge. The game is about gifts. Yeah. Thought stream started at 6 today? No, I am sorry. The schedule has been up on the YouTube community tab. Streams today and tomorrow, you know, Thursday and Wednesday are at 11. Alright, let's see. Blue. Sometimes I feel like people might get overwhelmed when they already have many attacks, but thanks for the opinions, of course. Here's the thing. I think that it's a very sweet thing to be worried about, which is why I say if you are worried about them, you know, being stressed, you can always add a note in your attack that you do. But I think that it's just a fun gambit of like, let's all jump this guy affectionately. Also, I think I'm gonna do like a line here. That ended up blending it more than I wanted it to, but that's fine. I could scratch it back too. With extreme affection, we're gonna rip them to pieces. So a streamer I watched does a similar thing to the feeding frenzies. At one time we gave someone so many attacks their battle ratio went from 40% to 2%. That's so funny. That's like killing them. Alright. Yeah, this character doesn't have a visible mouth. I want to make sure I wasn't getting that wrong. I do think it's funny that everybody likes blue. It's just like a universal interior or internal favorite color. Just submitted my attack. Thank you. This is rinky-dink ass music. Sorry, it's Pokemon Coliseum. I'm pretty sure if I can hear it through my headphones next to me. I'm having a lot of fun sketching lighting this. I can't wait to see how the user reacts to all the attacks. Well, especially because they've done so many for other people. That's the other part of the feeding frenzies is I try to go out of my way to find people that have been doing attacks for other people so that, you know, it's like a way of saying thank you for all of the work that they've put in. I never want someone to play ARTFIGHT and feel like they're not appreciated. And, you know, people say thank you, but I think that there is something very different about, like, actually getting attacks from people. I know that that's part. I know it's a gifting game, but part of the gifting game is also it's nice to be appreciated. Yeah, you know. I think blue is the #1 most common favorite color. Isn't it the color that like most animals can see too? Like, so even when people have like color blindness, blue is usually a color that they can see. I think that's something to do with the cones in your eye. I can't remember for sure. Streaming on Friday this week too, right? I believe so, to make up for the fact that we were gone this Monday. And I think Friday is also an early stream. I don't want to say for sure because I haven't seen the schedule today. User is at 16 to text now. This is beautiful. It is. I said the progressive attack growth is always very fun to watch during streams. Yes to both those fronts. Oh, like so that it's the color that most animals can see, and it has to do with the cones in your eye. Also, thank you, Aspen, too. Green is actually the color we perceive the most. Is that because of the amount of green in the world around us, or is that just because of, like, similar to, like, cones? That's true with cats, actually. Cats can see blue and green. Like, that's the colors that they see the most vividly. Friday's an early stream. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll fill this in a little bit, too. Really, with crayons, you don't want to go too dark right away, because it's always easy to like layer color if you want to make something a little darker. So you want to set it similar to colored pencils. You want to set down your color first a little light, and then you can darken it if you need to. But it is a good way to map out where you want to place your colors. Not participating in the frenzy. I have a backlog of characters I'm working on attacking, but good luck to everyone else. Thank you. I'm gonna take a quick break for the screen to walk around before I get back to work. The crown piece looks awesome right now. And I was gonna say thank you, and also good taking a break too. I know that some people, some people get huffy when you say it, but it is actually like genuinely very important to take screen breaks when playing ARTFIGHT or really anything that has you on the computer a lot. So good on you for doing that. Good on you for doing it and knowing when to as well. And I think I'm gonna do... It encouraged me to start cleaning on the kitchen. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a break myself. That's awesome. I have got to clean the kitchen after stream today. We have to clean our house because we have a friend coming to cat sit for us while we're traveling, and the house is kind of a disaster right now. It's pretty bad. It's fixable, but it's definitely in need of love. Just looked up from my canvas. The crowns are looking amazing. Thank you. So thank you for the stretch. Genuinely orange outside, and there are multiple people in my apartment's pool. Bro, your lungs. I wonder if they're trying to cool down, but at the same time, it's like, I feel like there's... Maybe some people don't have good AC, too. That's the other thing. I'm trying to, like, think of why someone would go outside during a wildfire, but... Alright, I'm gonna do some of the stars for a moment. It's got the 35 attacks achievement. That's awesome. So will you review everyone's attacks? No. I appreciate the confidence in my abilities, but this is genuinely just for fun. And I think if I reviewed everyone's attacks, the stream would never end. It's just a way for us to come together and draw a guy for fun together. Hope you have a good time while you're traveling. Thank you. I'm actually very excited. We're going to the beach for the first part of the week, and then the weekend and extended weekend after there's a furry convention. So it's a fun week. And then I'm going to be on hiatus for August just so that I can get some things caught up, get an actual like break when I'm not on the road. I'm considering whether or not I want to color the background, because I don't know if I want to have a white background with this. But it's like, do I want to color all of this space, really? I'm reading this character's ref, and I think they have the Pokemon equivalent of wobbly cat syndrome. Wait, that's actually really sweet. I didn't realize that. Wobbly cat syndrome, for those that don't know, is just like it's like a neurological condition that makes it difficult for them to stand. That's actually really sweet. Do you have any videos on background? I'm struggling right now. And, oh, videos on backgrounds. Not finished. There's one in the works, actually. But I need to record more for it because it was from a stream, and I didn't get through all of what I wanted to cover with that one stream. I think a really pale blue for the background would look nice. I was thinking that with a mix of the wisteria, like some of the lavender, because then it wouldn't distract too much from the stars, at least. Maybe I will do that. Maybe, I've been trying to do some sort of color for the background so it's not just white. And it would look nice. Are we just attack the character or the person as a whole? I picked this character because I thought it would be a good intro character for people, but if you like any of the other characters from this artist, you are welcome to go after them. They have a fursona named Easel, who is a rat. So if that looks like more fun to do, it's a Sonic-inspired character, I believe. You are more than welcome to do that. Is Crayola expensive? No. No, I was saying I think this pack of crowns I got was only $10, but someone said it was only 4. So no, not at all. Also, let me refresh captions. Yeah, they did die. Thank you. Sparse had a good birthday yesterday. He did. We got to go out and do, brunch. It was really nice. So I could probably do some pink glow around the stars even. Crayola is expensive, that's a recession indicator. Yeah, Crayola is a good way to get people into drawing that's not, like, got a huge price point. It's like the nicer of crayons that you can get. This fruit fly is annoying me. But it's not, like, expensive art material. As far as art materials go, it's not particularly expensive, no. What if I did two, like a... That's actually pretty fun. Cost of Crayola depends on where you buy them from. This is also true. Wisteria, I think, was the lighter purple. Yeah. What was this one? Did I even put this one down? It's just kind of a gray purple. I don't really want to use that one. Bat and then a rat. Was the next feeding frenzy going to be a cat? Well, see, here's the thing. Bat's character was a cat. So... we technically already have done a cat as well. I wonder if you can erase crayon. I don't know if I want to find this out on this piece of paper. I'm scared to mess it up. I'm curious about the Crayola store at... I've been curious about it, the Crayola store at MOA, but it smells so bad. Does it smell like wax, I'm assuming? Probably wax and plastic. This is why the next character gotta be fat. You might actually be onto something there. Rhyme scheme. The rhyming scheme and consistency of theming is important. Erasing crayon sucks, then I will not try. Thank you for the warning. This is actually pretty fun. It's like, not the most controllable medium, but it is at least a relaxing one. Yo, welcome in. Hello. Good morning, Critter. I just woke up so I'm pretty late. That's okay. It's an easy but unforgiving medium. Yes, actually, I think that's, like, on the wrists, it's very easy to put down the pigment, but it's not particularly friendly to take off and, like, erase if you put down something that you end up not liking. The internet got awful for some reason, but hi, I'm back. Welcome back. By just looking up a tutorial on how to people mix watercolors, then doing this attack, it became more powerful. Whoa, the power of knowledge. See, that's the thing. I think that ARTFIGHT is a fantastic time to test out new mediums. Whenever I try a new medium, I would suggest trying it a few times yourself, and then you're going to run into problems, right? You're going to be like, how do I mix this? How do I keep my colors light? How do I keep my color, or make my colors more vivid? So you're going to have specific questions by trying the medium. Once you've tried it out and figured out your roadblocks, then look up the answers to those specific roadblocks, because then you'll have guided questions rather than just, watching a billion tutorials and then getting overwhelmed and not doing any art at all. I think it's very important to, learn by experience at some point, but then you do also need to go back to the books and figure out what it is that you can learn from the people that have been doing it for a while. And then it just seesaws back and forth with any skill that you have. For a second, I thought you were drawing an evolution. No, that's what I'm drawing. This person's character is an Umbreon that I believe didn't fully evolve, so it's like still got its little rough from being an Eevee, and it's kind of tiny. This is someone's character that we're doing for a Feeding Frenzy. Finish my Pluto attack. He has the same name as my cat, so I'm biased. But also thank you too for doing that, and for playing and joining the Feeding Frenzy with all of us. So whenever I feel like it, I sketch with a colored pencil instead of a normal pencil for the outline. Oh, I do that too. I quite like sketching with colored pencils. I think that the color under sketch looks really nice. I'm done eating. I may test my skills at making an early gen Pokemon sprite. That'd be awesome. Your live streams always inspire me to draw. Thank you. And I'm glad. That's kind of the goal with streaming, honestly, is to get other people to join me in doing it. One, to show that it's not that intimidating, and two, just to have a body double so that you're not doing it alone. I don't know how that anyone can be upset with getting traditional attacks. I got my first one this morning and it feels like opening a present on Christmas. I'm so happy. And I was going to say, I think that like a lot of people are happy to get them. If you based how everyone felt about ARTFIGHT based off of how people on Twitter talk about ARTFIGHT, you would think it's a miserable experience, but I think that's just because people on Twitter are kind of miserable. It's not the majority of people playing the game. How long do you think you'll stream for today? I love to co-draw a little later. I think that I'm going to be drawing a little later because once I finish this attack, I'll probably work on the other one I already started. I really want to catch up to how many days it's been in the game, because before I had done as many attacks as there had been days in the month, and this is not a required thing by any stretch of the imagination. I am just competitive with myself, and I want to make last year's goal of doing a piece for every day of the month, which I didn't get to do last year. But if I don't do it, I'm going to try and be forgiving of myself. Comments to look at real animals for Anthros have really helped me, because I wanted to draw a deer, and making the face actually look like a deer was challenging. Thank you for listening, for the love of fucking God. There's nothing wrong with stylizing animals in, like, ways that you like, but people will ask me how to draw animals, and then I'll be like, have you looked at a picture of the animal? And they'll go like, oh, no. And then it's like, that's your problem to start off with. But it's okay. I will lead us all into art study heaven together. Is it bad that a weekend of doing nothing but mini guys and receiving only one attack on burnt out? No. If that's all you have, that's fine. Everyone has different, like, levels of you know, energy that they can put forth towards something. So take a moment to take care of yourself and do something either that's not art or do something that's fun for you. Like I said, I don't only do ARTFIGHT. I've been doing comics. I've been working on a personal animation. I've been working on personal art pieces. I really, really encourage you to do the same so that you don't, like, you know, you don't start to hate it. Do all parts share this one attack a day goal? Just because it feels like it would be different to do if everyone's not coordinated. Difficult to do if not everyone's coordinated. No, and that's part of the reason it's been difficult. But I've also been finishing 2 or 3 attacks a day sometimes, so it's my goal personally. Accidentally convinced my homophobic dad to get into ARTFIGHT. Maybe this will save him. This is like when I say I think that people's dads would not be homophobic if they stopped watching Fox News and they got into, like, woodwork. I genuinely feel that, like, a lot of people's dads just need a hobby instead of being mad at people. Also, thank you for looking at pictures of animals instead of making them a dog with antlers and calling it a deer. Chuckles darkly. If we get into this, they will be dragging me off the stage. But you're correct, I agree. Trying to beat my record of 27 characters. I think the most that I've ever done is 25 attacks in a month, and that was in 2022. So, you know, I guess I could say if I could get to there or beat that, I would also be satisfied. But I would like to do the once. I would really like to do one for every day of the month. That's, like, my ultimate goal. That I know, though, it will be difficult. Like, you know, to your point, it'll be difficult to maintain because I think I'm one of the few that has that goal, whereas everyone else is just like, well, let's all have a fun art fight. And I'm like, well, that's a good idea. I'm also insane and want to do a lot of art. I joined in the drawing is so cute and pretty already. Thank you. Alright. Where's Beautiful? Where did that go? Cerulean's here. There we go. Alright. I think I don't want to have that not have clear enough of a divide because it'll mean that the paw overlap gets lost. Really, I should have marked that down with a lighter color to begin with. It's okay. I think this is my, like, first time using crayons in a while. I'm being serious. Beautiful is actually the name of the crayon. I'm not just calling it that. Yow. That hurt. Highest art fight record is 22 attacks. That's pretty good. That's solid. But doing one per day and it wrecked my wrist can confirm. I think part of it too is my standard for like a full attack is like not as high. Also because watercolor is very, very gentle in the wrist. That's the other thing I found is that I can do it quickly and it's not that strenuous to do. But if you're doing like anything with colored pencil or etching or like any like rendering like painting that requires a lot of wrist movement, I fully understand it. And I would say don't do that to yourself. There's no reason. maybe a dark purple could be nice for, be a good outline to stand out. If you mean for the arm, one of the tactics that I use for traditional, and especially with characters that have like darker fur, what I do is instead of having a darker outline, I do a lighter outline because it will stand out against their main body color, but it also kind of make them look like the darkest thing that's in the piece. It's not necessary, like you don't have to do this, but if you've ever wanted to try shading a character that is a little bit darker colored, I would recommend trying it. I was gonna say, please do your stretches. I knew early gen Pokemon had good color optimization, but wow, the sprites are 4 colors max? Yes, they are. Which is one of my favorite parts about it too, because people are like, oh, why are the colors so bad? Like, wrong for the designs, and I'm just sitting here like, they had 4 to work with. That was it. Also, do you have any tips for using acrylic markers? Put your lightest colors down first, and then lots and lots of layers. It's a lot of layering. If you want to get like softer shading, it's you know, you're gonna be blending a lot. Oh, speaking of blending, I forgot to have that star be glowing in the background. Well, that's fine. I could do something like this. That's like kind of still implying it. And I guess like if you can mix and have a chisel tip for details, that's nice. This is banger. Thank you. If you mean the art piece, if you mean the music, I agree. I do really like the playlist for today. What team are you on? We're Team Comedy. I didn't do the tail here. I just realized. Oh, or the rings. Oops. Oh, that's easy. That's an easy fix. Glad I could catch my first stream of yours. Thank you, and also welcome in. The frenzy has reached 30 attacks. I wonder if we can, like, what our upper limit for how many feeding frenzy attacks we can do is. Because I think that's, someone said, reached 134. So if this is a little bit of a longer stream today, it gives people time to join the feeding frenzy. For those of you that are coming in, and because I've seen people filter in, what we're doing today is we're all going out of our way to attack this character, because this person, before the stream had started, had 0 attacks. They had only made attacks for other people but got nothing in return. So the point of this sort of challenge that I do once a week during ARTFIGHT is to find people who have not been getting as many attacks to try and make the game inclusive and like make sure that they're getting attention. So if you would like to join and draw this character with me, that would mean a lot. No pressure though. It is just for fun. But if you were looking for a target on ARTFIGHT anyway, then I figured I could guide you in this direction. That's so nice, actually. Yeah, it's I try to pay attention to what people say, because I think that's, like, you know, I was saying earlier that I think sometimes people complain about ARTFIGHT and the things they're complaining about are kind of ridiculous, or they're just not really like the problem of ARTFIGHT the game. They're just problems with the internet in general. But I do agree that ARTFIGHT, you know, when you're a beginner artist, can be kind of hard to get seen, because if you don't have an outstanding social media following, it can make you feel like you're doing something wrong. When in reality, it's just like people getting traffic from other sites are going to get more attacks because people know about them otherwise. So to kind of counteract that, I was brainstorming what we could do, and that's how we came up with the feeding frenzy. Loving the glowing effects for this piece that this piece provides. Thank you. Last swarm we did around 120 to 130 total. And yes, I do pick who we attack. I did at one point take comments, like I would ask people, you know, do you know anyone, or have you not been attacked at all this season? But people were kind of abusing that, and they were saying, well, I've only been attacked twice, and I'm just sitting here like, no, I said none. So I've just decided to start finding the targets myself. I apologize to everyone that was following the rules, but I do try to go out of my way to look for people that I know are in the community, or at least similar tastes and characters and stuff. Now I am going to do a darker color so that these kind of glow rings stand out a little more. First stream seeing you. This looks good. Just finished an attack. Welcome in and thank you. Actually, I still want to ask for the playlist. Hold on. Also, I've been listening to this playlist for a bit. If you guys want me to switch it up, I can change it. Because it's been, like, almost an hour and a half of an hour-long playlist. But if you are enjoying it, then no worries. Here you go. Howdy, folks and furs. Welcome in. Every year I like to make a little video to advertise my art fight. I usually get more traction from that. That's true too, is like that's a good way to get people aware of your existence. I only got revenges, guys. We aren't Santa Claus. It's like, come on, man. Like, that's the point of the event. I don't know. I don't know. Someone give me a random 3-4 color combo. Teal, orange, pink, and yellow. I think the main body of Umbreon is almost done. I didn't know you could do all this with Crayola crowns. I need to up my game. You totally can. I like to say that a lot of mediums are not limited. They're not as limited as you think they are. You just need to experiment with how you use them and use them in, like, the wrong way. Because I think that a lot of people, you know, they don't push their mediums enough. You guys can also advertise on the ARTFIGHT Discord. This is true. This is very true. Will you scan this piece or just have a nice photo? It depends on how the colors turn out. I tend to do both. So I will take a photo and I will scan it. And then whichever one makes the colors look most vibrant, that's what I end up using. Ooh, that felt really good, but was really loud. Sorry. So if you don't mind me asking, why are you drawing the body blue instead of black? Are you going to go over it with black? No, it's stylization. I wanted to do it as a dark blue because I think that it looks nice. I don't think you guys saw the attack we made of you the first week of ARTFIGHT. Should we resubmit it? I am telling you right now, we have not even gotten through July 1st. So I promise you, we have not missed anything. It's genuinely just we're still going through. And actually, I would ask that you don't resubmit it because that means it'll just take longer for us to see it. Even when commenting and, like, thanking anywhere from 10 to 15 attacks today, or, like, a day, we still have not gotten through July 1st. Colors can be relative and it makes palettes so yummy. That's what I mean by using the wrong colors. Like, I think, unfortunately, people's fear... So, and rightfully so, a lot of people get upset when their characters get whitewashed online, And because of that, I find that white people get scared to not use, like, what is essentially just an eye-dropped color of a character's skin tone. But the problem is, colors in different environments are going to be relative, so if you have a character that has very dark skin in a dark environment, you can end up whitewashing them even when using the exact colors from their palette, which is one of the reasons why color theory is so important, because you can experiment and use relative color and still have the character look right, or at least look stylized, without lightening their color palette or their skin tone, so long as the colors in the character's palette are relative to each other. But also just because of, like, artistic freedom and the ability to make color palettes. And I want to say, too, like, part of that is learning the strength of value, because when characters get whitewashed, it usually goes one of two ways. They either get kind of ashy, or alternatively, they are not saturated enough. Like, the skin is not dark enough. I gotta get better at coloring and color theory. Be patient with Critter, they're a busy guy. I am. I also, like I said, I try to comment gradually, because I want to actually leave nice comments and not just, like, go, thank you, like, on all of the pieces. If you darken their hair, clothes, background, and don't darken their skin, it's gonna look lighter than they actually are. Exactly. Which is why, because this background is so pastel, I could use black for the character and that would also look fine, but the dark blue, because it's the darkest color in the piece, it still implies that they are darker than everything else. First time watcher, love your work from Tumblr. Watching your process is super cool. Makes me want to get out my sketchbook and mess with my Crayola colored pencils. That you should, they're very fun. And also, thank you. Color theory and value stuff is definitely something else to look more into. Well, I was going to say, we have a few videos on value and color theory specifically. It's something that I could probably talk about until I'm blue in the face. Sorry, I didn't mean to hold it up to that. I was trying to see what color this was. I just realized I said blue in the face while holding up a blue crayon. That was funnier than I intended it to be, and that was completely by accident. All that to say, though, if you want help, you can check those out. If you've already watched my videos, PCAT has some fantastic videos on color theory and color and value specifically. But there are many art YouTubers that have covered different subjects, and I would actually recommend watching a diverse, like, pool of people. Really, the best you can do is read a textbook, but if you're not a reader, and you are not like a studier, at least in the traditional sense, just make sure that you're consuming a broad sweep of different people's tutorials, because everyone's going to have slightly different approaches to explain things. Please pour one out for me. The glow effect I've been doing is not it. Are you doing it traditionally or digitally? Because if you're doing it digitally, you can always undo. If you're doing it traditionally, I will pour one out, I understand. Sometimes I will be like an hour into working on a piece, and I'll just be like, nah, this is shit, and I'll get rid of it. Which books would you recommend for art? I collect anatomy textbooks, personally. I have pretty much all of the Taco Anatomy for Illustrations books. There's one, I think, by... Hold on. I'm just gonna grab my stack. I'm also pulling out a comic one. I actually just got note tabs. Like, tab sticky notes, so that I can go through these and actually like take proper notes instead of just reading them. So, Morpho, Clothes, really any of the Morpho books are good, especially because they have different topics. So if there's something specifically that you're struggling with, they have one on clothing folds, fat and skin folds, hands and feet, simplified forms. I have more than that. I think I loaned one of mine out to somebody. These are the Taco character drawing books. I think that these are also some of my favorites. The big anatomy book that I have that I really, really like, yeah, it's Tom Fox, is this one. I really, really like... I think this one goes through things in depth. Actually, I'm only bummed out because this got knocked down, and so the corner of the pages got bent. Because my cat knocked it down. Yeah, the taco books are translated into English. See? They have the English translations and then the original language. Those are all my anatomy books right now. I want more. I'm greedy. But then this is my favorite for comic making. This is actually fantastic too because it's a comic making textbook in the form of a comic, which I think is really clever, but also it helped me read it a little better. Hello, camera. So I like that one a lot. It's like one of my favorites. Also, sorry, I saw Aspen say something. I'm a little worried. I haven't worn my binder at all this week, but I'm wearing it now, and I'm already feeling fatigued. That means you need to go up a size, and actually, I'm going to be honest, my friend, that's when I stopped wearing a binder, was because of that, because that means you may be doing damage to your ribs. Which is why I would say go up a size if you can. But that was right around when I was like, alright, I gotta get top surgery or I'm gonna die. Read that never ends. I love learning, and so I love having textbooks. Especially because then I can loan them to people. Scott McCloud's work was the first time I think I ever invested on a textbook. I have gotten many a textbook before, but that's one that I say if you've not gotten any is a good start. I'm okay. Thank you, though.
Do you want something for your elbow?
I have Eevee.
Okay, but you weren't using it.
Yeah, I should probably use Eevee. I am kind of hungry, but I don't know what I want. Also, what was the name of the Making Comics book? You're gonna laugh. It's just Making Comics. Forgot you were doing this. I was reading my book. No, it's okay. Let me welcome in. Let me. You should come join. I'm doing crayons today. Also, I would say that this character is a quickie to do. Only if you so desire. I wonder. I feel like this would be fun for you to do in gouache. I never know how to say that. Or acrylic marker. That's cute? Or like what I'm doing in Crown is cute? It's definitely cuter than I usually go, but I was like looking at the design. I'm like, this is one of the few things I probably will not credit to myself in our gallery if I post it at all. It's not usually to my tastes, but I think that the character deserved it and deserved a cute piece, so. Should do more ARTFIGHT attacks. Have been slacking. Critter frozen in time. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have frozen the model when I was looking. Oh, did I freeze? Like, did our internet hiccup? That's scary. No, you're good. No, everything is fine. Okay, you guys scared me for a second. I was like, I'm not frozen. I can see myself moving. You're scaring me. This looks very nice, but I feel like I'm getting suffocated by wax fumes. You were just looking down? Okay, okay. All the attacks on this guy are so cool. I haven't seen any because there weren't any when I started stream, so I'm excited to see what everyone's been up to. This is very nostalgic, though. This is something I wish I could send back in a time capsule to my younger self and be like, look, you can make the art that you used to save on DeviantArt and then lie and tell people it was yours. That only happened once, and then I got my ass beat for it so badly that I never did it again, but... All crayon? This is so hard to do. Yes, this is all crayon. It was because I don't know if I've ever told the story. It's because my mom never liked my art, so I found a piece of Pokemon art, and I was like, see, Mom, I drew this. And she's like, never lie to me again or I will beat you unconscious. And I'm like, okay. Sorry, Mommy, I love you, Mommy. And then I never did that again. I guess that kind of saved me from ever making a fool of myself online, at least. I had crowns when I was a kid, so I don't know how I feel about it now. I mean, that's how I felt about watercolor, and then I reclaimed watercolor, and now I actually quite enjoy it. I think you did tell it, but it was a while ago. Like last year, I understand. That's why I was gonna say, now I wish I could send this back to younger me and be like, look what you can do. You seem to experience the horrors pretty often. You should get that checked out. I mean, it's nothing that I can do anything about or have any stock in. I actually am living a quite pleasant life now, but that's because I have control over it. So I'm so glad to have existed as a small enough artist to just have been verbally told off for tracing when I was a 2010s deviant artist. Feels like nowadays people get crucified. I mean, it's one of the reasons, like, I feel like we need to talk about the ethics of things like tracing and be like, listen, it's good to do for practice. You can do that, but, like, the reason that people have issue with it is because you're claiming work that's someone else's as your own. But it is really regular. Like, a lot of artists trace to learn things. That's fine. Just don't post it. And to be gentle when telling people that, you know? Like, instead of being like, we're going to send you to hell. We're going to send you to the super hell dimension, and you'll never be able to get out. I'm enjoying this. I think I have the ear and the eyes left to do. Kind of want to do the eye shading with a little bit of pink, so that it's, like, fitting to the environment that it's in. Right.
He's too comfortable, like, sitting right behind you.
He does just creep up and, like, stand right behind you.
Now he's following me. Why are you being creepy?
He loves you.
I
Don't
know.
call him creepy.
That's okay. I love him too. I just think it's funny.
How do you have a camera set up? I would love to do something like this since I mostly do traditional stuff. It's on an arm that goes above my desk, just looking straight down at my desk. The pink looks good. I know a thing or two about blending yellows because of my years of having drawn Pikachu.
Rolling around. He's rolling around.
He's the sweet lover.
He's rolling around.
Wait, put him down.
Hey, buddy.
Oh.
I know you can't see it, but he's like rubbing the phone.
I wonder if I could get him visible. I don't want to like knock this down.
I mean, if I could get him to like roll around.
That's a terrible sound. What if you lay down?
Yeah, lay down, bro. Lay down, bro. I love overstimulating him. It's so fun. Well, because he doesn't care. Look, and he's gonna be like, more. Hi, bud.
I don't know why his goal is to go as close to the open flame as physically possible. Though I wish it were not.
Well, he's trying to rub the stand.
Wait here. Okay. He's gonna flip him. I wonder if I could get 3 attacks done today. Not to be insane. Also, Jay Nightlore, thank you for the sub. Because I have this one. This one that's almost done here. And then I have a thumbnail for one that's going to be a watercolor. And then I also have the work in progress for Taze. Oh, that's actually technically 4. I bet I could get 4 attacks done. Oh wait, there's another work in progress that someone must have sketched. I didn't even realize. There's 2? What the hell? This is what being a system is like. Someone already did this, but didn't start it, or didn't finish it. Someone started this, but didn't finish it. And then there's another one. My cat also goes for open flames as much as possible. Like, why? Why are you self-destructive? Cats can't see flames very well, they see the smoke. Oh. So isn't it difficult to draw with your phone above? I mean, does it distract you to see... Oh, I don't have to look through the screen to draw. I actually am sitting, like, back here, and the phone is, like, a few feet in front of my face. It's not too bad. Really. So I'm gonna put these here. Making me want to do traditional so bad, but I never really have the time space for it. Really, getting little pieces of paper is a good way to get started. Like, this is a bigger piece, but I have a few pieces that are on I think it's called A5 size paper. Like, this was our last Feeding Frenzy piece here. Like I said, I have a few. I really need to flatten them, though. Kind of work like a work light. Yeah, exactly. Color pencil one looks gorgeous. Thank you. I'm not touching it because that's another parts piece, and I will fuck it up. I'm fine not knowing how to do everything. God, Critter makes such a funny face. If you're working on right now is A4, then that be A5, yes. I think this, yeah, this is A4. Is there a step above A5? No, sorry, is there a step above A4? Oh, EV's on the ground. A3? Okay. Because I've been, trying to find a folder that I could put my ARTFIGHT pieces in, but some of the paper that I use is bigger than printer paper, and I didn't know what size that was classified as. So I was struggling to find a folder that could fit everything. A3 is huge? Maybe it's not that then. Maybe there's just a weird liminal zone between the two. It's twice as big as A4. Good lord. Oh, I guess there was no highlight left on this. Well, that's fine. And then the pupils... So there are non-paper sizes, I believe. The US specifically has other ones. There's also A2 and A1. There's small trading card size cuts, Bristol board, or watercolor paper that you can exchange with other people. Oh, that's cool. Let's see. I think I'm gonna do a little bit of a darker blue around here. Also, A0 is over a meter tall. Good lord. Also, sorry for 7,000 questions, but do you mail them or meet IRL? I honestly haven't ever mailed an art fight attack to anybody, but I would like to change that this year. I do want to mail them. I don't know how to do that for a lot of different paper sizes, so I'm going to try and figure that out. But I've done traditional art fight attacks in the past and just not known what to do past drawing them. I was just like, all right, now what? So that's something I'm trying to change. Got mailed an art fight attack and it came out really cute. Came in and it's really cute. That's wonderful. Also, I realized you were talking to someone in the chat, although that is true for me still. I would like to mail people attacks. I've never done it before. Actually, something I really want to do at Philadelphia this year. I need to check in and make sure that the staff are okay with it. There is the sketchbook swap, which is basically where you go and you put your sketchbook up at the front of the room. And everybody, it's like a big art trade. Like everybody sits there for an hour or so and you draw other people's personas. But I've always found that the event is kind of too short, and I thought it might be nice to see if I could try to do one at night. Specifically because sometimes the night events at FurCons, I like raves and I like going to dances and stuff, but after a certain amount of time, I just want to sit down with a drink and be able to talk to people where somewhere it's like a little more quiet. So I thought having like a adult like sketchbook swap at night for those that are not interested in loud music could be nice. I would just need to find somewhere to set it up that it's not intrusive. You're at Philadelphia this year. How exciting! I go every year. It's my home con. No, same here. I've been going to Philadelphia for the last 3 years, so I'm very excited. Do they not have a Talking Chill event at Philadelphia? They do. They have plenty of them, but at nighttime, they have like games, I think, but I don't know if they have like an art space specifically. How do you visualize what the final colors of a traditional piece will look like? It seems harder compared to digital. Well, that's what having a muck sheet is for. That's what you do here. You put the pieces of the colors together so that you have an idea of what they're going to look like on paper, and then you slowly kind of concept shifted to having a second sketchbook swap at night, like a not safe for work version. See, the thing is, they used to have one at Philadelphia, but they didn't. For whatever reason, the adult sketchbook swap is not on the schedule this year. So I was kind of sad to see that they had taken rid of it or gotten rid of it. I wonder. I only wonder if like something happened, or if just no one wanted to host it, or what went wrong. Is your tablet still broken? Are you doing traditional just to challenge? Oh, just for fun. I think that if I stared at a computer screen all summer, I would go insane. So, this is just for fun. For people who don't want to drink and can't go to raves. Well, and that's the thing. Like, I think that the farter. My cat got scared of that. Hold on. Speaking of that guy. You thought you saw all of our cats. Little did you know, we have options. Oh, do you want to say hi? Why are you just staring at it? Hi. However, you should lay down. You should lay down so they can actually see you. You're just showing them your back and your head. I do that with my dog. I just like come here. No? Oof. Okay, thank you for top surgery too. I'm sorry. He's mad at me. I just watched his spore drift away. He left spores and scratched me. To be fair, I did lay him on his back. He doesn't like that. I was trying to see if we could see his face. I call it Harbor when he tries to like push off me will often scratch up my chest area or like my neck, and so I say thank you for giving me top surgery too. He is not a certified surgeon, no, not in the slightest. Oh wait, Critter's still gone. Whoops. Hold on. There you go. Incredible cat drawing. So lifelike. Thank you. Saturday at 9 is furry figure drawings. That's probably what they're doing instead of the nighttime swap. That panel gets filled up. I've never actually made it to that event before it reached capacity. Really? Really? I wonder why they replaced the sketchbook swap with figure drawing. I am going to the furry figure drawing too. Like, I want to go to that because that seems really fun. I am sad to see that the swap isn't there, but also thank you to Aspen for pointing that out. Medical meow practice. Okay, that's pretty funny. Hey, that's funny. Did laugh. Wait, what color is your nose? Okay, your nose is also blue. Is the figure drawing all ages? I'm curious if it's... No, at least I don't think it can be, because all of the events after 8 p.m. are adults only. And I also think that it's taking place in a part of the convention hall that's like, you need an ID to get to it. So there's no way it could be. At least not to my knowledge. I want to watch more con vlogs now. I need to watch the playlist that you sent. If I can focus for long enough, I will line up early for it. It just seems like they never get a big enough room, and even if I get there 15 minutes early before the panel, it's at capacity? Really? How have I not looked at the schedule until now? I didn't know that the schedule was up until one of my friends pinged me on Discord about it, and I was like, delightful, I have something to look through. It does say safe for work, so it might be all ages. Oh, okay. That's actually kind of nice. Oh my god, please. Harbor spores everywhere. Also, the venue is like a conference panel room. It's not the biggest, but it's as big as they can be. Like, I don't think there's a panel room that's bigger at Philadelphia. I also think I'm all done with this. I think my attack's finished. I just need to cut it. Do I bring my tuba to Philadelphia? Yeah, because I saw someone with a French horn there last year, and another person brought saxophone. You would not be alone. You actually might have performers with you. Oh, paper cutter. Hi, Herbert. I swear to God, I just had it. Oh, there it is. Furry band, it would be very beautiful. I wonder how many attacks I could get done today, actually. Like, I'm still raring to draw. I don't want to do more crayon. But, guys joke, but fursuit parades have marching bands leading them, and they're all in fursuit. That's so beautiful. Play with toys? See, I like ARTFIGHT, so this is kind of toys to me. Also, like I said, I am competitive. I want to get my attack quota that only I have in my brain that I'm telling no one. Trying to make sure that I cut this pretty evenly. Actually, that looks like it's going to start cutting off the tail. And then I could do the top. Also, Philadelphia does have Artist Alley. They have a dealer's den. They did have Artist Alley at one point. I think they ran out of room for Artist Alley, so they do just have the dealer's den now. I wish they had Artist Alley, though. I think that'd be fun. That was a little crooked, that's fine. That still looks good. What size paper did you show earlier? That is A5 paper. I think this side came out crooked. I don't want to cut off too much and have it be lopsided. Fancy paper cutters, I only see those at Staples. Guys, I'm gonna be honest, this is only like, I think this is only like $10. It's not all that fancy. A lot of the supplies that you see at Staples or like that your teachers had are not horribly expensive because you have to be able to afford them on like a school teacher budget. Alright, that might be a little better. Oh, it still looks good. I'm not gonna toy with it forever, I'm gonna drive myself insane. The Frenzy guys this year are so fun. Thank you. I've been trying to pick fun ones. Furry event with no Artist Alley, that's an angel without its wings. Like I said, it does have a dealer's den. I don't know if they're going to have Artist Alley again until they get a bigger venue, which is why I encourage people to go, because the more attendees that we have, the more the venue can, you know, have the freedom to grow. But as of right now, I think that they're like pushing the limits of the space. Okay. I'm going to put my crayons away, and then I'm going to switch gears back to the acrylic marker piece, try to finish that. They really need a new space. It was pushing the limits last year. Yeah. So are dealer's dens just suit stuff? No. Dealer's dens are... So think of it this way. An Artist Alley is an artist-friendly space. So you might only have, like, prints or hand-cut stickers, or maybe you're only taking commissions. That all of those things are acceptable to have in an Artist Alley. Dealer's Den implies some level of, like, commerce, or, like, you know, you might have bags, shirts, keychains, totes, etc. I'm curious why Philadelphia is getting such a boost in numbers. Was the incline after 2020? I mean, do you want my theory? Because I do have... It's because it's the closest con that's not Anthrocon. So Anthrocon is starting to boom, and Anthrocon is growing. People are trying to enjoy a con. So it's only bigger artists and brands and stuff? Exactly. I understand. Well, especially because there was that whole Anthrocon, like, fursuit debacle a few years ago, which really did kind of end up being nothing burger at the end, frankly. But it was enough that it turned people off of Anthrocon, so a lot of people started going to Philadelphia instead. Yeah, it's like more physical stuff for a dealer's den. Weird, I've had all of those in the Artist Alley I've been to. Artists are getting money either way. Exactly, and they're all artists at the end of the day. Like, the biggest difference, I think, with dealer's dens is just that there has to be, like, a little more substance to it, whereas an Artist Alley can just be, like, prints. Or, like, someone taking commissions. Artist Alley is commonly focused at furry events. Clear the anime and Comic-Con Artist Alley from your head. Oh, yeah. Like, Artist Alley for furry conventions is very different than it is, like, for an anime convention. Anthrocon literally sold out of weekend passes this year. That's what I mean. Like, people want to get their furry convention in, and and Philadelphia is like right there. This year, Anthrocon completely canceled the parade due to the heat. You know, I was worried about that. Like, I was not worried about the parade getting canceled. I was worried for people with that. Because I was sitting here, like, also way less bootleg dropshipped bullshit at FurryCons. This is also true. As a matter of fact, because there's, like, a very strict approval process, I have not seen a single dropship seller at furry conventions. It's all been artist-made goods. Also, I love your streams. Your art made me focus better. As an autistic trans mask with ADHD, not as much appreciated. Thank you for your service, of course, and thank you for stopping in and giving me a shot too. All right, so this is all done. So this will get scanned after stream. This is the one I want to work on and get done now. I'm gonna try and situate this so it's a little easier for you guys to see. I think I can get some more pieces done today. I think I can get... I've got a few sketched already anyway. I don't think I'm going to be getting any colored pencil pieces done, but there's an acrylic marker piece that's sketched, and I have the thumbnail for a watercolor piece that I know I can get done. And this is like basically almost done. It's just a few lines and cleanup and stuff. This is my first time participating in a feeding frenzy, but I love the idea of it, and thank you for doing so. I'm gonna change out the character ref really quickly. I want to go to a furry con so badly, it'd be great. I will say Philadelphia is like a really good first con. It's homey, but it's not overwhelming. I think that a lot of people go to like bigger cons for their first ones because they want to go to something exciting, and I understand that. I went to Otakon as my first anime convention, which if you've ever been to Otakon, you know how insane of an idea that is, especially because it was my first convention when I was like 12. I think that Philadelphia is a really, really good... Oh wait, hold on, I see. Any tips for the first con goer? Philadelphia this year will be my first one. This question for Critter and chat if anyone has tips. Genuinely go with the flow, and if you have people that you want to meet, you can hang out with them, but also don't feel like you must be with people all the time. And also look at the panel, or like look at the panels and like decide what you want to go to first, because I have found that, my god, my fucking marker pile. If you don't plan ahead of time, you will be sad that you missed things that you wanted to go to. So it's good to like get that scheduling done ahead of, like, before the con even starts. Also remind yourself that furry cons are social events, so you need to put yourself out there. Yeah, you can't just expect people to come up to talk to you. I really feel bad when I see people do that and then get sad that no one is like talking to them, and I'm just like, well, my friend, you wouldn't do this at any other social... I mean, maybe they do. Maybe they do that at other social events. Oh my god. For the love of God, stop falling off my desk. I hate when things do this. You gotta be brave and go up and talk to people. Alright. This is the scary part. But it is the part that's worth it too, so... Yeah, that was already kind of a mess up, but that's alright. I think I need a brown, actually. I don't have any brown acrylic markers. Hold on. Walks into the FurryCon without participating in anything. Who want me? That's. I genuinely see people do that, and then I'm like, I'm rooting for you. I want you to make friends, but you can't be living like this. You've got to put forth some effort to meet people. Who want me 2 a.m. Telegram message? I wish I was joking, but that's like really something that happens. Not mama, father. That's too light. That's too light. This is a beautiful caterpillar. Thank you. Is it too light? I think so. This is probably going to be too orange, but I keep going lighter than I... That's okay, Kulfer. I haven't done the badges yet. That's not your fault either. That's warm, but getting closer. I feel like that's probably the closest I've grabbed. That's it. That's the color. Okay. Alright. Because there's some details here. Like the top of the ears. And then it's the inside of the ears, too, that I didn't do yet. I think this one is meant to be facing away. Yeah, I'll just do that. I think it'll look better if I do that anyway. Wait, dude, have you heard of the furry bar in Japan? Yes, I actually have videos of it saved. I've heard of the furry bar, and then there's also a furry cafe. I really want to go to both. Of course you... Listen. It looks fun. Furry bar, furry cafe? Yeah. There is a bar in Japan that's run by a furry. And they encourage you to come in fursuit, and the wall is like full of people's drawings of their fursonas from the bar. Also, the bar specifically, the bartender will make you a drink based off your fursona if you ask. The owner's fursona literally looks like a design you'd like too. It's true. Have you ever tried two mediums in one, like watercolor, color pencil? Not yet, but I want to. Maybe that might be something I try for another attack before the end of the art fight season. There's actually 3 little dots on this character now I'm looking at it. And then I don't think there's any more brown anywhere else to draw. That sounds epic. It is very cool. I would love to visit at some point. I'm almost wondering if I even do line art. Because it looks really nice without it. It almost looks like storybook-esque without the line art, but then if I do, or if I don't do it, I'm kind of worried that it'll fall into the background. Maybe I just do a lighter green. I thought you did watercolor and colored pencil for Marigold's attack. Did I do colored pencil? I can't remember if I did. I know I did watercolor and ink for sure. I might have used colored pencil to fill in some of the gaps now that you mention it. Drink based on your fursona is so cool. So you could do line art with colored pencil. I could also do that, actually. Let me knock back the lines there. I keep going to, like, zoom in by, like, touching the paper. This is what I mean by I had to get off the computer, because I'm starting to, like, experience digital art insanity. Is this the same color? Oh, good lord, this is not the same color at all. Where did my green go? There it is. Damn, I used like completely the wrong color there. Luckily, it's easy to knock it back by just painting over it, but also, damn. There's so many furry bartenders, and it makes perfect sense there are. Also, I like the line art you're adding. Thank you. I think this color works well for the line art because it's not too dark, but it's also like keeping the character distinct from the leaves in the background, which was really the big goal, is like to give them some definition from the background. I love trying to rotate my paper by pinching it instead of just turning it around. It's so bad. It's digital art induced unreality. To be fair, this also happened when I was like a 3D modeler for school though, so my brain just locks into the tools so much that I'm like, I forget that I have hands. iPad grandpa. I think I've mentioned like my cube nightmares before, where when I was a 3D student, I would like have nightmares about being in 3D space and rotating a cube around and like free falling through just endless blue sky. I don't know if it's weird to say, but being in your streams is such a mood boost. It's like healthy drugs that make me want to eat and take care of myself. That's good. I mean, genuinely, especially with how much of the internet nowadays is the opposite of that, I found, at least for myself. Anything I can do to help improve people's desire to take care of themselves is a win in my book. I want you to do that. Not because of any, like, self-fulfilling, like, importance, but because I don't want anyone to suffer, and I can't physically take care of everyone, but if I can help you learn to do that and live yourself, then that's at least a way of doing it. I think captions are frozen. Hold on, let me fix that. I also probably should put Eevee back because I'm like leaning a lot. I have to move the damn crayon. Let's refresh captions. It's wild how much happier I am that I've been in streams regularly. I missed you when you were gone for a bit too, Zav. I noticed that you were, but I didn't want to I don't want to be like, why weren't you here? Most of the time when people are gone, I just assume they're busy. If you teach someone to fish, yeah, that's a very good way. That's a very good way of putting it. If I can teach you to take care of yourself, then I've taught you, I've taken care of you forever, rather than just doing it the one time I was there. And the beautiful thing with acrylics is that you can really knock things back by just painting over them. I was going to say, this is a particular piece I will be happy to send to Marticular if they want it, but it might be hard to let go of. I like this one a lot. I think it's the oranges especially, because the rendering for that took me a lot of time. But I think that this one is just like particularly nice. Could also do like a darker green underline for things that are like further away, possibly. So I just made coffee for myself. My kittens Nico and Tony love whipped cream, so it's led to them following me to the kitchen every time I make in the morning and waiting for me to make coffee so they can have some. Our cats do that as well, because Forrest puts whipped cream on his coffee. Their greed is sickening. They know no bounds. I feel like I have a kind of weirder green color that I could use for the lines. I just don't know where I put it. I think it's this one, actually. Oh, sorry, what is this marker sprint? No, don't apologize. This is Guangna. Hold on. Let me see if I can find one. It's spelled like that. Hopefully that answers your question. But if I ever miss a question about like marker brand or like material, please don't worry about double sending. Usually I ask people not to double send messages, but that's like one of the exceptions because I do sometimes miss stuff like that, and I would love to share. This is very pretty. The shadow through the leaves is cool. Thank you. I think I need that darker green again, actually. What fruit of those? They're oranges. I could probably do some dapples on them to make that a little clearer. I wonder how I would go about doing that, actually. I just look up these markers and oh my god, I want. There's quite a lot. Also, joined super late. Did the Feeding Frenzy already finish? It did. I already finished my attack for it. You can see here. And I will be uploading it after stream, but right now I'm just finishing the an attack that I started yesterday. Really nice greens too. Oh, I think I used the wrong green though. I think this is too dark. That's alright. I can always go back over it with the lighter one. I keep grabbing this one. I meant to grab this one instead. You wrap yellow around red and orange. It looks more like it's glowing, right? Yes. It actually works the other way too. If you do red around yellow or orange, it looks like it's glowing. Kind of don't mind that shadow being there. So that character is very cute. Thank you. Trying to see. I do kind of want to have some highlights on the leaf, on the leaves. If I hate these, I can always just go back over it. I guess there would probably be some here too. Also, was the Feeding Frenzy piece finished? Yes. All done. I am doing the attack that I started yesterday. Everyone is getting cuteness aggression. I was using that kind of dark green for the interior. Kind of don't like it though. I'm going to use the cooler green instead, I think. Also, it's so precious. Thank you. The beauty of the Feeding Frenzy is it can never truly be over. This is true. Also, are the markers easy and nice to work with? Yes. Of all of the traditional mediums that I've tried, acrylic marker is the most forgiving. It is, if you are a digital artist, the easiest one to get into. I don't know why. I think maybe it's because, you know, you can just kind of paint over your mistakes if you don't like it. Like, I've fully used the entirely wrong color. And I think the only time I haven't been able to fully paint over something without like layers and layers and layers of paint was like when I accidentally put black down somewhere. And even then I actually could have covered it pretty well. So are all the Feeding Frenzies the same time? It's just hella early for me. They are. I suppose if they're hard for people to get to, I could do one that's a little later. The reason that I do them earlier though is because of liking the ability to do like traditional art pieces. Unfortunately, as it gets later for me, it gets darker, so it can be hard to see all mediums. Topic. I've toyed around with the idea of filming a furry con vlogs once I have the means to reliably go to them, because I really want to see furry con vlogs with R&B as the background rather than the same hyper pop or dubstep. No, please do. Please do. I think that sounds wonderful. I think that would be really nice to watch, actually. Do it so I can watch it, okay? Oh, also, sorry. These are the marker brand. They also go on almost any surface. I use them to draw on wood. I didn't even think about using these on wood. I'm impressed that they hold up with that. It makes sense. They're very good quality, I found, but also I did not know that they would. Haha. I think really quickly... Hold on. I'm not going away. I'm just going to toss peanuts in my mouth so I can keep working. Because I'm kind of hungry. Wait, why are you going crazy? I just saw Lucky Lilac say... The music. Peanuts. Peanut like you're a pet bird. It's just protein, it's easy, and I don't have to think about it. Here's a question, right? Do I do the background blue? Or do I keep it as, This can't be the blue I use for the background. Oh, this is too light. Is it this one? Yeah, that was the right one. That's way too dark, though. That's going to be pretty difficult to do a gradient with. Did you buy their one giant pack of colors or their individual scale sets? Individual scale sets as I needed them to see if I liked the brand. And then as I found out that I absolutely did like the brand, I started branching out. See, I feel that the blue would help these stand out. But I'm scared to do a gradient and then hate it. And I'm looking at the rest of it, and the greens and blues already stand out pretty well. I'm gonna wait on that one. I do like the more saturated version. Well, so I did test it on a separate sheet, like here. I think that looks nice. Yeah, no, because the contrast of the piece is kind of weak up at the top. Fuck it, we're going with it. I mean, the beauty of acrylic marker is if I really, really hate it, I can always just paint over it. Darker blue would be nice to balance the values. That's what I was thinking. I was looking at it, and it's just like, it's too bright right now. There needs to be something for the leaves to be set up out against, because right now the dark, the light leaves are kind of like blending into the sky a bit. Oh my gosh, I love your art on Tumblr. Thank you, and welcome in. Also, I could add clouds. Part of the trouble with adding clouds on top of blue is that I would have to use a cream or like a white marker, and painting over top things with those colors can be kind of tough. But I could probably still pull it off. I actually feel like I could do something kind of interesting that I saw the other day when I was outside. So I'm going to try that, actually. Also helps these oranges stick out a bit too. Lean into it, translucent clouds. Well, so when it gets hot enough, they actually do kind of look like that too. Here's what I'm gonna do. Where are my pastels? I feel that a warm kind of tan would actually look pretty nice as a cloud. Not mixed media for this piece, but I do want to try... Okay, yes, these are the same. I do want to try mixed media for a future piece. I'm seeing a nice contrast already, so here's what I'm going to do. Actually, I should go down. A lot of times, when it's really, really hot, clouds kind of fade back down into blue. They don't have a very distinct bottom, or, you know, end to the cloud line. It just kind of fades back into the haze of the atmosphere. And especially with this kind of like translucent look, that's actually very easy to pull off. And it'll also help these leaves stand out more. Considering changing the team mystery because I just realized that half my bookmarks would be friendly fire. I mean, that's never a bad reason to switch either. I only considered switching because a lot of my bookmarks were on comedy, but I do think that the colors match Critter. And I've never tradered before, so I didn't want to start this year. Wait, this is peak? If I can show you guys how to use acrylic markers just by doing it on stream, then I will have succeeded in doing traditional art live streams. Because I was kind of flying blind when I was figuring how to use these, but they're very fun, actually. There's, you know, there's a lot of trial and error. Alright. Take an art break to get a walk-in, or taking an art break to get a walk-in. Good luck with the rest of the art. Thank you. Should probably go on a walk today, too. Take a note from your book. If I remember correctly from reasons when I took meteorology, the reasons clouds do that on hot days is because that's where hot, humid air suddenly cooled enough to condense and make clouds in the first place. Interesting. That is actually really cool. Thank you. So I'm gonna make sure this is filled in nicely up here and there's no like weird gaps or anything in the color. Really want to buy these art markers, but I'm nervous I won't use them after ARTFIGHT. Here's the thing. I have used them for ARTFIGHT, and I use them afterwards, but they also last a year. I bought some of these markers last year for ARTFIGHT, and now I'm using them again this year for ARTFIGHT. So even if you only use them for ARTFIGHT, which I don't think you will, if you enjoy a medium, it's likely that you'll come back to them anyway, they'll be there for next year too, and that's perfectly fine. Actually, I think I'm going to hide the character just for a second so they're a little easier to see. Or, like, the piece is a little easier to see. Well, that also works. This is actually really coming out strong. I was a little nervous. I didn't want to muck up their piece, but I think my touch-ups have been helpful. I also think that, for reference, when we're talking about like acrylic markers, right? This is my acrylic marker piece with oranges from last year. So if this is any incentive to buy and try acrylic markers, I still think this piece is very cute, but this is a year's worth of evolution of using the same medium. I feel like there is a very obvious difference in execution. This blends so well. Do most acrylic markers blend that well? Yeah, I would say so. It requires layering to blend. Oh, I'm noticing I don't have the clouds over on this side either. Gotta fill them in a bit. That'll help the bugs stand out a little better, though. It's still so vibrant, too? Yeah. Yeah, they are very vibrant markers. Who is calling me? I am working. Can't you see? This is serious work. I'm drawing a baby caterpillar. Are you using a specific type of paper for this piece? This was done on watercolor paper, which, by the way, you should not do. The watercolor paper will kill your acrylic markers. I didn't know that. You can see this is like one of the earlier pieces I did. This is on cardstock, much friendlier to them. Where is... Marticular? Yeah, this is Marticular Sona. I quite liked the design, and I was like, I think this will be a fun one to do with this medium. Oh wait, that's you! I'm framing this. Hello! I didn't know you were here. I'm glad that you like it. I wasn't the part that started this, but I wanted to finish it because I like the colors a lot. Is Bristol board good for acrylic markers? I have no idea. Unfortunately, with physical media, you need to try it to really get the sense of its physical properties, and you don't learn things until you fuck them up really bad. Today's stream vibes are so nice. Thank you. You know, the only reason I might not go super late today is so that I can take Forrest roller skating, because I know that he wants to, and that would probably be good for him. Oh, I forgot the glasses. Let me do with the brown, I think, actually. Take the dog on a walk. I joke about that frequently. We go on walk time for him. Whenever he or I are not feeling well, it's like, do we need to go on a walk? Yeah, Forrest has started roller skating. He's really enjoying it. He said that, and it's a good workout for him too. And I wish I had this moved down a little bit. No. I didn't do that as well as I wanted to. I'm gonna have to clean that up, which I'm annoyed by, but whatever. Are acrylic markers not similar to how acrylic charms? No, because it's largely automated. So real dog or a person? I'm so sorry. My boyfriend's first Sona is a dog. So I joke about walking the dog, but it's my boyfriend. I realized that could be confusing. Yeah, it is mainly automated. Think of it, it's like ink filling. Thankfully, not too dangerous. This is yellow. Sorry, I'm just making sure the gradient carries over here too. 12-year-old me would be so pissed at adult me by standing by exercise and diet as a way to maintain my health. Here's the thing. I like to put it this way. A lot of people on Tumblr get mad, and not just Tumblr, but like the internet in general, when you point out that like taking care of your physical self does actually help you feel better. But I think that the reason people get mad is because often that line of like, you know, information has been used to be really hurtful to them or to be kind of vindictive. It's good to take care of yourself, and you're not really owning anybody by like refusing to do things that are good for you. But I also understand that a lot of us have bad relationships with adult figures in our lives, like kind of being punitive about not doing that. There's also a pretty big difference between mixing acrylic medium for paint versus the dust from cutting solid acrylic. Yes, because you're thinking about it, if you're sawing something, the dust is getting into the air, whereas acrylic ink is just ink. It's going into a pen. Let's see. Struggling to come up with a composition for attacks. Do you have any tips? It's a bit silly, but if you want to do tips with backgrounds, it might be worth it to watch a movie that you like and try to pause anytime you see a screenshot or a shot that you like the look of. You don't have to know why, but you can just try to draw out something similar artistically afterwards, and I have found that I've gotten some really interesting compositions by just studying movie screens. The composition, the basic premises of composition between media, whether it be film, art, or, television, or photography, they're all the same. Which two Gongano packs would you recommend to start with? I'm not sure if I want to drop 35-ish bucks yet. I got the blue pack and the yellow pack. Now, it depends what colors you like to draw with the best, but I started with those. Because they have a pretty wide range of colors. It's good advice, actually, of course. Thank you. I want to fill that in so that it's not as washed out, but this is pretty much done. As someone who's worked with resin, fine particulate is a silent killer with many materials. Our lungs don't really like foreign fine particles. Yeah, exactly. Oh! How did that happen? Well, I've never had that happen before. I don't have a paper towel or anything. Hold on, let me go grab a towel. Babysit the art for a second. $500 cigarettes. Why is everyone dying? Paint marker explosion. I'm trying to absorb it, because if you wipe at it, it's gonna get everywhere. Ooh. It's an easy fix, thankfully, because it was a light color, but also I've genuinely never had that happen before. Also, hold on. Someone was asking what brand of marker I'm using. Here you go. It's that. I say and point. Okay, there you go. Alright. It's like a lighter green in the background. Can you still not see the brand name? It's that right there. We'll grab that darker green again. Like I said, thankfully, very easy fix. I also like know what I'm doing, which is important. But it's not that bad. It does have like a little bit of a mark on the paper, which I could probably blend out by just painting over top of it. And I'll like just paint a little bit here too. Yeah, it still is like the little droplet mark, but it's not too bad. Hopefully it dries flat. So, with all that said, this is pretty much done. Gonna fill in up here a little bit. Again. Oof. I don't know why this one is inking so much. It's not the worst, it's just I'm worried about the paper warping. Cartoon robbery type beat. But yeah, I'm pretty pleased with that. I don't think I'm going to get the little ring of paint away, but that's okay. Hells, man, barely halfway through July, and I'm already craving autumn and Halloween? Really? I haven't even been to the beach yet this year, so I'm very much like, no, stay summer. I'm enjoying it. You can fix it in post. See, here's the thing. It's actually not visible. It's not going to be visible to the scanner. It's just visible to the me in real life, and so I guess it adds charm, but I'm just like, How do you usually find people with fewer no defenses? I tried sorting by ratio, but it's mostly people with no characters. Here's the thing. I also run into that issue. It's gonna take you a little while, but I was clicking through them. I think it took me like 20 minutes to find someone that had a low ratio but had characters. So it's a little bit of work, but it's work that's worth it, you know? Fake ass dark academia Dracula, I saw you enjoying the sun. You know, at the end of the day, I think I am still a deadhead Jimmy Buffett fan, even as someone that enjoys gothic aesthetics. Hold on, I want to make the bite look more like a bite instead of just like a perfect circle. Goth Jimmy Buffett? I kind of want to see that now. What a beautiful world we could live in. Imagine goth Jimmy Buffett. Perfect circle is like a cookie cutter shark. It's like a cookie cutter caterpillar. I feel like something like that exists, actually. Goth Margaritaville. I actually found someone with 0 defense that has done 6 attacks this year who's a minnow. I'll share next Feeding Frenzy. You should share in the Discord. Because even if it's not for the Feeding Frenzy, I could always go in and attack them. Alright, but yeah, all done. Pleased with that. I like... gotten this one done, and I got this one done. And... I think I'll either do a sketch for a watercolor one. I think I will do that, actually. Oh, but first, hold on. One piece of advice that I must give you. I'm hiding Critter for just a second while I clean. Always, always, when you're doing traditional art, take a break to put your supplies away, for the love of God. Because you will be drawing, and then the next thing you know, your entire desk is just fucking covered in markers and all sorts of things. So take a moment to clean up your space, especially after you've finished a piece. I did that with the crayons, and there's still actually even crayons on the desk. Hold on, I can bring Critter back. Yes, there is a fan Discord, and it is closed right now because during ARTFIGHT, I was really worried that the moderators were going to get swamped with a bunch of new people joining. Which, to be fair, I'm touched that people want to join the fan Discord. It's not something I run; it is genuinely run by fans. But I touched base with them, and I asked them, like, "Hey, streams usually get really populated during ARTFIGHT season. I don't want you guys to have more work than you can handle, so do you think for the time being I am the thing you're warning about?" Well, and not even in a negative way, like genuinely just I want them to have time to prepare. And the mods also are taking a vacation break. What's your process for creating character designs? Like, what are your tips? This might be contentious. Ooh, my desk started raising up. I don't give tips on character design because I think it's such a personal process that I cannot give tips that would not piss people off, so I don't. If you're asking me how I design characters, usually I go silhouette and values first, because I think those are the two most important parts of character design for me, personally. And then I start working with the colors after that. So when do you think you'll open it back up? I don't know. It's not my decision, but I don't know when they plan on opening it up. Let's see. Green goes there. So this is my first stream of yours, and it's been very lovely. I think I'm gonna have to join more. Thank you, and I would appreciate if you do. That's very sweet of you. Like I said, always good to take time to put away your materials, because you do not want to be sitting there surrounded by all of the sins of your past. Also, what's the name of this playlist? Let me send it. I actually do probably want to change up the playlist, because we've been listening to the same one for almost 3 hours. It's probably a good time to switch up. Sorry, sins of your past is like the only way I can describe being surrounded by physical materials that you have not put away. And sins of the messes is correct. So I'm debating if I want to do a bigger watercolor piece or if I want to just cut a piece of paper in half. I ran out of the small watercolor paper that I had, so now I'm working only with the big pads of it, which is fine, honestly. Like, I can use it, although I do think it's funny. Also, how much longer is stream going? I might keep going for a while because there's a heat wave right now. I just asked Forrest if he wanted to go roller skating, and he said, "Oh, I'd love to, when it's not 100 degrees outside." And I was like, understood, heard. So I'm probably gonna do another attack. But I'm on a bit of a roll. I've gotten 2 attacks done already. I don't see what getting another one started, or at least trying to finish another one, would hurt. Too fat for this heat. I, like, genuinely am not built for this weather. You can always cut the pads in half. That's what I was thinking of doing. I was thinking of cutting the larger sheets in half to use them. So what watercolor paint paper do you use? I can show you in just a moment, because I can show you my my stuff. Am I missing a marker? I think someone has pulled one of the markers from the pastel pack to use for their Fursona art and not returned it. Also, I'm getting irritated because that's not like... It was a yellow that we used there. Ah, why are you bleeding so much? I keep going to try and touch that up. And then it spits. I'm like, what are you doing? I keep saying I'm done this, but then I fuck it up somehow. Also, thank you for the stretch, hydrate, and posture break. I will learn to be content with this, but I do need the dark green bag now. I suppose I could use this, which is a little easier to control. These are acrylic marker pens. They're not as smooth as the Guangna markers, so I don't use them for lining, but for touch-up like this, they're perfect. The tools of your anguish. Sounds like an off OST. Like an off-fight OST, I feel like. Will it show up with the scan? Maybe. I guess it adds like some paint texture. The paper is like nice and like dense now with all the paint on it. Alright, this is actually irritating me. Neuron activation off mentioned. You guys don't know, I've been in the off fandom since I was like born. Okay, this is the one that's like less filled with ink, so it's not gonna just like throw up everywhere. I do keep trying to zoom in by like touching the paper though, which is a bad habit. Bless you. There we go. No, not since I was 4. I've been, unless someone else said that, I've been an off fan since I was like born, is what I said. Farce does have a dad sneeze. Why is it dripping? It just dripped on my leg. What the hell? What's wrong with you? Stop that. Can you please fucking lock in? There we go. Okay, I'm not touching it anymore. If I touch it anymore, touching it is the art killer. If I touch it anymore, it may die. Do I have dupes? Oh, I do. I have a green in the wrong pack. I was like, why are you here? And this can go away. Look very satisfying. All put away. Although this one's missing the color I was talking about. I'm not sure what it is. Looks like it's an orange. The marker is overwhelmed in the heat. I actually do wonder if it's the heat that's making them do that. cleaning these all up. Oh no, the orange is literally right here. All right. Sweaty marker. The marker's getting a workout in the summer, and it's. Please fucking lock in is something I say when I'm working on my comic script. I do this with myself frequently. I do it with myself and my art supplies. No one is spared. Alright. Markers are almost all away, thankfully. We move on to the next piece. This is the thing that they don't tell you about traditional medium is that it does take up quite a lot of space, and you're going to want organization systems yesterday, so instill them sooner than you think you need them. One thing that we do, just to move this really quickly, is all of the markers go in this bag that kind of like keeps everything stacked. This is not all of them. Like, we have more, but anytime I pull out cases to work on a piece, I put them in here, so that I don't have to like have a pile of markers on my desk at all times. And this is like a necessary tool. Necessary organization system for any sort of traditional art piece with markers, I found. I think that's part of the reason I've become kind of partial to watercolor, though. Because as nice as acrylic marker pieces turn out, the problem with it is that it's just so much, like, stuff. Like, there's so much to carry. So I found I enjoy watercolors because there's just less physical material that you have to carry around. Here's the other trouble. I think I didn't put this one away. These Crayola mascots are really ugly. Like, they are really, really ugly. Like, why did they do this to them? That's so sad. So what watercolor paint do you use? I meant to answer that question. Let me grab my brand, actually. I have to get set up, so I have to get some cups and stuff. I use Winsor & Newton is my brand of choice. But... oh, you know what? I was saying I was out of little watercolor paper. I literally have one sheet left. I forgot that I pulled this out and then tossed the pad because there was nothing left. So I have a small one. Alright, there we go. I don't need these shears. I don't know right here. Thank you, of course. Let me get... I have a thumbnail that I did for this piece already. So there's not much thinking other than just the sketch involved. I will say the gradient here that I use for this is kind of nice. I don't know, there's something about the sky color that's fun to look at. Here it is. You can see my thumbnails. If I pull this out a little bit, it'll be easier to see. And the one last thing I'm going to do too is I'm going to grab the character, but I do need to make a transparent version of the ref of them very quickly, so if you give me a moment. Someone's car alarm keeps just randomly going off outside. The only trouble with this character's line art being black is that they're kind of going to be see-through. I mean, unless I have the tolerance be less. Okay, there we go. That was the answer, actually. If you hear my stomach growling, ignore that. I swear I'm not hungry. I think that it's just because I ate only peanuts. The person from the Frenzy is active on ARTFIGHT. Oh, please keep me updated on how they respond. I haven't posted mine yet, but I know that they'll be able to see your guys. Alright. Almost there. I like having my little transparent ref of the character up on the screen, just so people... Wow, you're huge. So that people can see what I'm doing. But... Let me grab the link to this character too. That this is in her bookmarks? Yes. And I'll do a new pin. They got 102 attacks, that's awesome. I will keep the Feeding Frenzy pinned, because that's what the topic of the stream was. But if you were curious, this is the character that we're attacking, and if you want to attack them too, I figured I'd share. But otherwise, I'm getting to my sketch. And... okay, it's still working. I keep getting scared that it's getting frozen, but it's not. It's just that my computer's taking a bit to chug. Could you include both in a pinned message? I probably could. I probably could, actually. You're right. Hold on. Oh, pff, I did it again. I meant to hit Shift Enter. There we go. Now I can repin. Making a paper doll for the Feeding Frenzy. Oh, that's lovely. So I like the color scheme on this character, very funky. I am excited because I think the thumbnail I have for this is really solid. I'm going to do it something like this, so it's a little easier for me to see. Maybe knock this, to push this back a bit. I definitely do better when I have something in front of me to look at rather than looking at the side. They have a bunny called Carrot Cake? Yes. I believe this person has all of their husband has a bunny fursona, and then all of their husband's bunny fursonas are linked to their fursonas, which I think is very sweet. I'm just gonna block this out to start with. There is a harbor hair on my finger. Is this the one from the other day? Yes, yes, that's the one that I was talking about. Watercolor sketches, I usually have to go a bit lighter for them because sometimes I leave the sketches as the lines. So I like to leave them a little, or keep them a little cleaner. I think the composition that I did here, the only problem is that it's like taller. I suppose I could just draw smaller though. I had an eraser. Oh, there it is. It might seem silly to sketch that out and then redo it, but I am very particular about my compositions, and I really like the thumbnail that I did, so I want to do it justice. I have a few characters saved to do revenges on, too, who have drawn our guys. I mean, I think we already have done a few revenges, if I'm not mistaken. Oh my gosh, egg? Yeah! This character belongs to Halentine, if I'm not mistaken. So, it might be easier, instead, to just block out the shape of the character like this. Maybe extend that wing a bit. So, did I enter another world? The overlays and themes so cute? Thank you! And also hello! Hold on, I don't have my tails up, but that's just because I don't want them to be in the way. Wow, there was like a ghost for a second, guys. I'm doing art fight attacks today. I've already finished 2. I was only going to do those 2, and then I was having fun, and it's also a heat wave, so I can't go outside at the moment until it cools off in the afternoon anyway. So I was like, yeah, I'll just do more. So many people have awesome OCs, I get mad I can't attack them all. Well, hey, don't be mad. There's always art fight next year, too. You have more than 1 year because the game is a yearly game. Alright, and then... the tail goes like up through the body here, is how I had it. So that it doesn't cover the arm, but you still get kind of like a fun, almost like figure 8 look. Can we name drop friends here who haven't been attacked yet? I am not taking any Feeding Frenzy like suggestions, but if you just mean like sharing their username with the chat, you're more than welcome to. Just make sure that you say, you know, this art fight user is. But there are always people looking for more people to attack, so I don't mind if you share that. No. And no links. That's the other thing. Unfortunately, links do not work in chat, so no links in chat. I apologize. I got a Tombow pencil the other week, and it's reignited my desire to write. It writes so smooth. They are very nice, and they have a fantastic hand feel. Would highly recommend. If you are looking for a new pencil to invest in, Tombow's great. I wish I could do art fight, but I'm a slow drawer. I could probably only do like 5 at most during the entire game. Here's the thing. That's actually a pretty solid amount of attacks. I was only planning on doing 12 attacks this year, and then I did more than I planned. You have to understand that what you see people talking about being too little or too many, it's like not enough attacks on social media, is not a real, like, it's not a good measure of how many attacks most people realistically do. 5 is a very good amount of attacks. Even if you only did 1, that's still playing art fight, I promise you. You guys keep saying stuff like that's a small amount of attacks. For reference, to put this in reference, during a month, and remember, art is my job, during an entire month's worth of work, I finish maybe 2 pieces with backgrounds, if that. Sometimes I only do 1, because that's what the print club is. I do a piece, like a full piece. And then I'll do like a few like sketchy things here and there, but I do not do more than one piece a month. Generally speaking, ARTFIGHT is just I challenge myself to do more because it's for a game. But even then, that's not like some people are doing like insane amount of pieces for ARTFIGHT. No water. During a month, I make only one proper piece, and it's typically a commission. No, exactly. I usually only manage a couple. 5 is amazing. Yeah. ARTFIGHT is only a month long. I thought it was at least 2 months. No. It's only a month, and that's why I'm saying, please know there's a lot of people that are cheering you on. It would be so normal to finish only 1 or 2 pieces, even just 1. You don't have to beat yourself up and think that that's not enough to play. That is more than enough. And it's very fun. You can even join now and just do 1 piece. It's not too late to join this year. I am gonna do... make the tertiary feathers a little wider. Are we doing the Feeding Frenzy on 1 or both of the pink characters? So what happened is I actually finished the Feeding Frenzy piece already, so now I'm just doing a piece that I had already planned, and doing a watercolor. I actually finished the Feeding Frenzy piece, and then I finished Yellow's piece from yesterday, and now I'm doing my own piece. Yeah, 5 attacks is a lot for a month. It is a lot. You need to look at the July schedule better. Yeah, I was going to say there is a layout of everything we're doing. Unless you just mean because you missed the Feeding Frenzy, in which case that's okay, don't worry. There's another one next week. There's also a stream this Friday, as someone pointed out. I'm going to do... let's see, there's like an eye here. Actually, I don't know if I'll draw the mouth. I think I'll just have the character kind of like formless face. I might need to move the arms. And last year I submitted 5 attacks. I don't get people who think they can't join if they won't do much. If you make even 1 attack, that's more than what you need to do. Yeah, exactly. It's I think, again, it's because of social media giving a false idea of, like, what you're supposed to do for ARTFIGHT, which is why I tried to directly counteract it so that people don't get sad. I need you guys to know that 1 year I played ARTFIGHT and I did the most attacks that I've ever done in a year of ARTFIGHT. I did, like, 25 attacks. And that was back before I had turned off Anons on Tumblr, and I still got Anons harassing me, saying that I did not do enough attacks. So, the real answer is to just turn off your anonymous messaging. Also, I do want to switch playlists. Thank you, Aspen, for the reminder, actually. The problem is a lot of these Pokemon ones usually use the same OST. I guess I could go to... I'll put on Animal Crossing music. People can be very rude. Yes. So my advice to you is not to not play, it's to turn off your anonymous messaging, because that will just spoil the fun of anything. You're quite the speedy artist. Thank you. I try. I have fun with it, which I think helps quite a lot. Now, there's like ridges in the character's fur, but I think I can communicate that better with paint than I can with my pencil. This almost feels a little bit too short. I think part of that is actually because the wing is not as crested as I made it in the thumbnail. It's like bent. That's not how I had it originally. Honestly, I'm glad that no one gave a fuck about messaging me. I'll take a break from social media altogether. The thing is, like I said, ArtFight is a fantastic game. You just have to be on ArtFight only, because people can get really weird about it. They treat it like it's a free commission service, and it's really not. It's a really lovely like way to make friends in the art community. It's just that unfortunately there's a lot of really loud, annoying people that are also that playing ArtFight and making it unfun. People attack others for not doing enough attacks? Yes, genuinely. But again, you have to think about it. It's like, I've said this before. I love art, and I do, by extension, love most artists. But artists are also people that generally spend a lot of time inside and have free time. So you get some really annoying ass people who are artists that just spend their free time bothering other people online. You would do well to steer clear of people like that, but they will sometimes find you, so limit their options to talk to you. Stream is also a way to bring other artists together. Exactly. And I think that this is the parts of the community that I enjoy. So I recommend giving yourself an art goal of something you want to learn or improve on, rather than a goal of a certain amount of pieces. Yes, I know that I have said this month that I have a piece number goal, but that's just me asterisk. I don't believe other parts of the system share that goal. I would actually really recommend picking some sort of study that you want to do, and then sticking to that. Okay, so there's a stripe on the face, and then there's I can actually lay this out with the pencil, or not the pencil, the paint, now that I'm thinking about it. Curate your online experience, yes. It will save you a lot of pain, I found. Actually, I don't like that cloud. So there was something about the way that I did the shape in the thumbnail that was very appealing. This is one of the troubles I run into a lot with thumbnails, is that I'll do traditional thumbnails and then go, wait, I liked the thumbnail better. I did realize after a few times of doing that you can just like blow up and print your thumbnail and then trace over it with Sharpie to make it a little easier to lightbox trace. But that said, I don't feel like doing that today, so torturing myself for fun, I guess. Then I do really like the arms trailed behind, though. That feels more like how an animal would fly. It feels more aerodynamic. Alright, I'll do that. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I'm taking a brief moment to go grab water, because I need to use water for watercolor, obviously. But I will be right back after I do that. can tell that it's hot out. Whole house is asleep. Both cats are, all the cats are sleeping, not even both. Hold on, got my water. Whole house sleeping. Anyway, watercolor is very nice. Not particularly stressful. The hot weather dead asleep naps are the best. Well, it's like, what are you even meant to do during 100-degree heat otherwise? That looks like pretty good placement. I'm gonna do like a general wash of color in the background, I think. It's like a big blue wash to start. At least in the sky here. Well, no, I'll do it here with the clouds. Ooh, does CC need to be reset? Alright, I can do that. Let me put this down and then I can do that. And I have kind of like a little glow effect around the character to show that they're kind of getting like hit by some light. Joined late. How are you doing? Pretty well. Pretty well. I already got 2 attacks done today. I'm gonna be doing this one now. I don't know, I might be crazy and do another one after this, but I don't think I'll stream that one. It's just too hot to go outside right now, so. Watercolor is very relaxing, though. I also got myself another coffee. The pink is something I'm actually a little... I really don't know how I'm going to do that. I suppose it would just be a very light wash of red, right? But I've never tried to paint pink before. Maybe with like a little bit of aqua? I wanted to ask, what's your opinion on people who do attacks but don't have any OCs on their ARTFIGHT account? Oh, to be fair, I was going to do that this year, but then people asked me to put my OCs on because they wanted to be able to attack me back. I don't have any negative opinion, if that's what you were asking. I just think that some people like to play because they like want to draw characters, but they don't have OCs or they're shy, and that's perfectly fine. Everybody plays ARTFIGHT a little differently. There's nothing wrong with that. Really, I guess it's just going to be like a lot of water, huh? Maybe a little blue in there too. Came out a little more brown than I would have liked, but it's okay. I suppose I could always go back over it with water too, to lighten it up. Whenever you mention having coffee while making art, it makes me want to have coffee too. Come join me. Thought it was a strict rule to include characters while you actively make pieces. Nope. Nope. That is not a rule. You can make pieces and you can have no OCs up. That is a thing that people do. Seen a few popular artists who are making attacks but don't have any OCs up. No, PCAT is literally doing that. I even asked her if she was going to have her characters up, and she said, no, I don't have any OCs. And I'm just like, well, I want to draw you. I'll draw you. But to everyone's point, I can always do that off ARTFIGHT Season 2. No need to have to do it during ARTFIGHT. see. Egg is definitely like a bit of a purpley blue too, so I'll need more of this color. Though I may do them base in blue and then have the purpley blue would be like the shadow areas. Tried to draw a tree for the first time and it just worked. I spent a long time observing trees, I guess. And you know, I was going to say, a lot of people think observational drawing is scary, but a lot of it is just sitting down and actually taking the time to do it. It's really not that bad. I enjoy it quite a lot, actually. I think it's like one of the most, I guess, easy parts of art is like doing observational drawings. Because even if you don't do it great, like your reference is right there. Looking at her egg bunny like 8 out of no seat, that's what I'm saying. If you had to ask me genuinely, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but I think that she's just shy. But I'm just glad that she's playing ARTFIGHT in general, because it's been a while since she's played. Do you like espresso tonic? I do indeed. I'm much more fan of espresso martini, but espresso tonic is also good. I still want to get my bartending license. I have no need for it anymore, but I just think it would be fun to have. Keep looking up and then I see something and this is such a nice composition. Thank you. I thumbnailed this out days ago, and when I did it, I was just staring at it like, I have got to do this piece. I really like this. Very reminiscent to me of something that would be like a good Pokemon card, I feel. I know that some people, when they do stars or things that are like meant to be left white with watercolor, they'll put like glue dots down or like hot glue gun dots. I don't have that. I'm sure inevitably added a background to a piece I did and it literally looked amazing. I used some color theory to frame the characters and did canon setting. It was peak. That's fantastic and I'm proud of you. Sorry for my voice crack, but genuinely I'm proud. I know that that can be nerve-wracking to do something that you've not tried before, or that's like a little more difficult to you. Wait, crayon also works. Wait a minute. Hold on. I do have that. Hold on, we may be learning a new meta. Thank you. I never even considered. Never seen watercolor piece worked on live. I'm excited. I've done it a few times for ARTFIGHT. I actually learned how to do watercolor basically for ARTFIGHT because I had been avoiding it for years. This is, I want to say, like my fifth piece. But I'm very much enjoying it. So I want to do like a star here. If this doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. There's like a weird green residue. No, I made it worse. Oh no. Maybe I move the star. Unfortunately, that would have been really nice there. It is somehow getting worse. Keep chipping at that wall, brother. It will come down eventually. Actually, you can barely even see that in the camera. Alright, hold on. Watch this. I will offset the star slightly to the side so that it's not overlapping anything that was blue. And then I can knock it back and paint around it. The green sludge. Hot glue might rip the paper out too. Maybe it's not hot glue, maybe it's something else. I saw someone say masking fluid. You forgot the person who told you erasing crowns is a pain? I thought that maybe I could knock it back a little bit. I was incorrect. I was very wrong, but that's okay. Ooh, that's really wet. Okay, hold on. Need to, like, not have that much water on my brush. especially for painting like details like that. Wait, what am I? Okay, what the hell am I doing? Why am I doing details with a big ass brush? I think there's something wrong with me. That one got filled in. I think I'm just gonna do another one next to it. I diagnose you with silly goose. I sometimes forget that I have a whole toolkit and try to fix the whole house with the sledgehammer. In this metaphor, that is, not actually. That's what trying to do detail work with the big ass brush is, when you have a detail brush. Oh, metaphor? Yeah, don't worry, I've not actually done that. No, but I did open a wine bottle with a knife, so whatever that means. I didn't have a wine bottle opener. Critter using nails to fix crayon? I mean, I did do that, but not in the way that you think. But you can scratch back crayon with a metal object. Sometimes I used coins, too. It's called sabering? Oh wait, is that actually something that people do? I used a steak knife, but I didn't know that there was a way to do it. I just, like, carved it out. When it comes to alcohol bottles, it's normal to use anything to open those. Well, especially because we didn't have a wine bottle opener, and it was, like, annoying me trying to open it with my hand. Elmer's glue also tears the paper. I have learned this the hard way. That's so sad. Maybe it's good that I didn't that I didn't try glue for this. Talking about crayon makes me want to do a crayon talk. Were you here earlier? That's what we did, actually. The first piece that we finished today on stream was this. And then, after that one, I finished this one. That's why we're working on this one now. Looks like it's flying off to Neverland. I could see that. Really liked Peter Pan as a kid for whatever reason. Actually, that completely tracks. Escapist fantasy where you get flown off to a place where you're a kid forever. No adults? Yeah, that tracks, actually. Love the way watercolor looks. I wish I could get into it, but I'm too deep with digital. I'm going to hold your hand when I say this. I've never done watercolor before this month. I'm a digital artist. I did watercolor this month because it's ARTFIGHT, so it doesn't matter. This pack of watercolors was $30, and the little pad, like the notepad of paper, was $9. So for $40, you too can try a new skill. It's never too late. You're never too deep with anything. Also, I'm almost 30, and I've never done watercolor before. Well, I did when I was 5, and I hated it. But my point being, this is not like a long life skill of mine. I have no experience. I am kind of just fumbling my way through it, and it's fun. Favorite way, the way that my favorite Disney movie is Tangled, what that mean? I understand you. Deeply I understand you. How to kill someone on ARTFIGHT. I started with 1 character as I read the connections, got 2 and then 3. Oh, cause you kept finding... I thought you meant kill like bad way. You just mean that you're gonna draw a lot of their characters. That's nice though. That's like actually really sweet. They'll probably be delighted to come back to that. That's nice for watercolor. I personally use those shitty ones for kids. The only reason I didn't get the shitty ones for kids is because I was worried that that would piss me off and make me hate it again. But yes, you can get the ones, the kind of shitty ones too. Winsor Newton is just like fancy. At least to me. I don't know if it's actually fancy to anyone that uses watercolors like regularly, but it's fancy to me. Because here's my thought. If I paint this like a dark blue, could add some pinks into the undertone of this cloud, and I think that would look nice. Or like a indigo purple color. I'm also standing. This is like very relaxing to do. Because I have a standing desk and I stood it up for this part of the stream. So I'm just like painting. Alright. I love my hope bait because it actually gives me hope for the future. Nothing ever too corny for me. I will soak that shit up like a sponge. Unk/J. I don't even mind it. I'm so excited to be an old, fat gay furry and have no one care about me. I mean, I like people caring is nice. I more so mean like not care, like not be like, what do you think about this? What's your thoughts on the death penalty? And it's like, dog, I'm here to draw animals. I can hear Pokemon music playing, but I have no idea what OST is playing. If it's ass, I apologize for everything. It's funny you say that because I think the first time I saw you, you were talking about the death penalty. And the thing is, I will talk about it. I do have thoughts. I find the topic interesting, but not in furry art space anymore. No more war. I'm going to live peacefully. Instead, I need like a speakeasy where it's like... Actually, I think that's not the word I'm looking for. Bar of other like-minded leftist gay people to talk to, where we can swap ideas rather than getting up on a podium and having people throw rocks at me. Music kind of fitting for watercolor, it's nice and calm. Okay, that's good. Pretend it was intentional then. This is a furry con? It is, and I'm excited to go. I need this. I need this from the furry con, actually. Slightly off topic, but when you start doing these sketches, thumbnails for comics, like every 10 pages, so I'm going to confess something. I did not do thumbnails until very recently. I actually still don't do thumbnails with a lot of comics, like my personal ones, but like for Laika's Comet, I genuinely did not do thumbnails until 205 pages in, because I thought it would slow me down. So I am not the person to ask advice for that, because I only recently realized that the thing that every other comic artist before me has been doing was a good idea, because I'm not smart. Or maybe not smart is too mean. I am perpetually trying to fix the house with a sledgehammer. I'll say that. I'm going to get you. Well, I didn't say dumb this time. I deliberately used not that word to be nice and to not call myself, to not be mean. I love how all of the watercolor pieces I've been doing just end up a little bit bisexual. Because of all being pinks and blues and purples in some way. Furry counts sounds so fun. I'm very excited for Narcon. Longing for nerd convents? I don't think I've actually heard of that before. Let's see. If I'm interested in sharing my art with people but I don't use social media, do you recommend joining a Discord? I'm trying to get over being embarrassed, so maybe one year I'll do ARTFIGHT. I actually have to say, I think that playing ARTFIGHT would be the way to start first, because if you think about it like this, ARTFIGHT has a finish date. The Discord, if you start getting tired, what's the finish date? You just leave? Whereas with ARTFIGHT, if you only play for the month and then you're like, okay, I'm tired, I don't want to share my art anymore, you genuinely don't have to until next year. Now, if you want to join communities after that, then yeah, I think a Discord would be a really solid place to start. Now, with the warning that art Discords are very individual in the sense that, like, you could have a great experience in one, and then you're going to have a miserable time in the other one, because largely it's determined by who the moderators are and, like, what the general vibe of the community is like. But ARTFIGHT is a really good place to start. Also, Nyaz is a very good... Nyaz in chat is a fantastic reference for this. ARTFIGHT was basically my introduction to all art communities, and Nyazur's been playing ARTFIGHT for like 10 years. Longer than I've been playing. It's like a very good way to soft launch into online art spaces. Because, like I said, there's like a deadline, so you don't have to stay if you're kind of tired and you want to retreat to the privacy of your own quarters for a bit. But also, a lot of people are there, so you can meet new friends, and all of them are going to be artists. Importantly, too, ARTFIGHT is not social media. Whereas, like, social media, there's always the risk that someone that's not an artist or is, like, kind of a bad faith actor is going to say something kind of shitty to you. ARTFIGHT, you know, there are always going to be bad actors everywhere, but ARTFIGHT is entirely artists, so keep that in mind, too. Like, you'll be putting yourself in a group of other like-minded people versus throwing yourself out to the world of everyone and anyone that can see your work. Alright, really quickly, I am going to use Aqua, I actually think, to do like the undercolor for this character, which might sound sort of silly, but I will cover and do more on top. I might have done that too dark, though. And leave one around their neck. I've likened it to Prime DeviantArt. Actually, yes, that's a very good comparison. As someone who was there for both. And then this is where the third one will go for the wings. Just got here and didn't expect stream to still be going. Is it alright to ask how long it'll be going? Yeah, I'm probably just going to finish this piece and then end. I've got, like, I would say another 30 minutes left on this. Watercolor's quick. Once you've got the sketch and the thumbnail done, it's fast because it's just applying the paint and then waiting for it to dry. Is DeviantArt still alive? Not in the way that it was. It's like alive, but like as a zombie. A lot of AI art on there now. Oh, physical artist? Cool. Yes, I am. I do physical and digital art. I am doing only physical art for ARTFIGHT this year. I wanted to take some time to practice different mediums, because I typically do colored pencil and acrylic marker, so I'm trying to branch out a bit. It came back wrong? Yeah, basically. I do think that I made this a bit too dark. Ooh. So what I can do... Let's absorb that back. And then I can, like, fill that in this way. It's kind of the nice part with watercolors is that if you do put something on too dark, you can just, like, paint back over it, and it'll come up. It's hard, because then if it's, like, a detail work thing, then it's like, oh, well, you're going to be there forever. But for areas like this where you're just putting down the color down for the first time, it's not so bad. Alright. And there is another stripe after the wings, but that's, I think, where it cuts off and goes to the tail. Yeah. Physical art is a fun way to say it. I guess because, like, traditional art implies that digital is not traditional, but digital art has existed for so long now that, like, I would argue that it's kind of made its way into the art sphere as, like, a mainstay. So physical arts, or like paper art is always a good way of saying it. Oh, I was gonna say, please hydrate. It's very hot out today. I just hydrated too. Yeah, your hands are also blue. Also, I have a quick question. I ask a lot of those apologies, don't worry. Do you have a way to get out of the I hate my art mindset? No longer feel real joy when drawing. I really want to bring that back. Well, I think maybe the way that you get through that is not to try and force yourself to like your art. At least it's not in my experience. It's to learn to fall in love with the process of making art again, so that no matter how bad the piece you make is, and, you know, bad, air quotes, you can still enjoy the craft of it. And I think that that's an invaluable skill that you can learn. The way that I started with that, and you know, anytime I am starting to get to that point of like, oh, I don't like anything I'm making, I do a lot of studies. Because for a study, it doesn't need to be, you know, appealing visually to have been a successful study. The study is just, did you learn something from this? PCAT made a good video on this. I have to watch that, actually. I haven't seen that one. I believe you, though. I do kind of want to have some aqua in the sky, too, probably. Or maybe purple? Who knows? We'll find out. Watercolor I found is a medium of discovery, because sometimes you start off with a kind of idea in mind, but you just the piece just takes you where it wants to go over time. Also, I understand, thank you, I'll get out of it. You will. What time does the stream actually end? It does not have a set ending time, because I usually just let myself go as long as I want to. I was saying I would go until I finish this piece, but I am actually sort of missing? There we go. I'm missing listening to music. So I might end sooner rather than later, so that I can listen to my own music again. I listened to March and the Pigs this morning. And I almost played that as my opening song, but then I was like, that might be a bit intense for 11 a.m. I said that earlier, but it's still true. Now I'm like, now I want to listen to that again. Any new music recommendations? I wish I did. I've been listening to Massive Attack more lately. They're one of the bands that inspired the Silent Hill soundtrack, along with Nine Inch Nails. Portishead, that's another I just started listening to, and I can't believe I hadn't listened to them sooner. And I really enjoyed Portishead so far. Also, thank you for the hydrate. Silent Hill, you say, we'll have to check it out. Yeah, it's really neat listening to them as a Silent Hill fan, because you can even see like the musical inspiration. Like you can hear it in the songs. I would specifically recommend listening to Portishead's album Dummy if you're looking for what inspired Silent Hill. And Massive Attack's Mezzanine. Seeing people immediately say they extended ARTFIGHT by a day seconds after the Discord announcement is reminding me of that Paul Revere Midnight Ride image. Wait, did they actually? Did they just say that now? I've never known that to happen. Did they explain why? He's good at painting. Thank you. It's not something I've done for a very long time, so I'm enjoying the process of learning something new. But I do appreciate it. The compliment, at least. The website being down? Okay. That makes sense. They did that a couple years ago when the site was down for like 3 days. I wonder if I wasn't playing that year when they did that, because this is the first I've heard of it, though I do believe you. I also just don't have the best memory. Will you post the end result anywhere, or just for ARTFIGHT? I post my paintings. I don't always post my ARTFIGHT attacks, because some of them are just, like, not mediums that I usually use. But this one specifically, I'll probably post this one. I like this one. I think it's nice. I think that Yellow will want to post the orange one. Like the oranges one. I don't know if I'll post the Umbreon one to my own gallery, just because it's not like what I draw typically, but I was saying the character was very cute and deserved a very cute attack to match. It's just not my usual art style. Well, I'll see you, Aspen. No worries. This is reminding me I should get back into watercolors. I haven't gotten a new set for ages, but I love it so much. You should. Whenever my friends are like, don't you remember? I say, memory disorder doesn't mean it's in the wrong place, that stuff is gone. Yeah. Well, and sometimes it is in the wrong place, but, like, there's not a way to... It's like having something in the back of the attic behind, like, a brick wall. Like, how are you going to get there? I can't even get there. Renovations will need to be done before we can access those memories, and even then it's like, that's kind of a lot of work for something that's not important. The announcement was made 3 minutes ago? Jesus Christ. You weren't kidding about Paul Revere. The Paul Revere thing, that's funny. I guess if you're, like, in the Discord and you get pinged by stuff like that, you would see it, but at the same time, I appreciate the dedication people have to keeping me and others informed. Yeah, you know what? I think I will end stream here so that I can listen to music and paint. Because as much as this is nice to do, I think it would be nice to kind of, like, just lock in a cup of coffee and put on an album to listen to. So I will be live again tomorrow. Today is Wednesday. Tomorrow will be another 11 a.m. stream. And then Friday, I'm also going to be live. I don't remember exactly when that stream is. I think it may also be 11 a.m. because I think that Aspen said that when I asked. But that said, I will see you all then. Tomorrow will not be another Feeding Frenzy. It will just be like a regular attack. I don't know what we'll be working on because I don't know who will be here. But there's a few different things that we have set up to do. So when you see us, you will know. And all that said, thank you very much for coming, and I hope you have a lovely day for the rest of the day. And stay cool. Make sure you stay hydrated with the way that the weather is right now. And ciao.